Good evening, my friend. May peace find you tonight wherever you are listening from. Thank you for stopping by this quiet little corner of the internet, a place where every night we slow down together, breathe a little softer, and rest in the quiet presence of God. If this story brings you even a small moment of warmth or calm, please subscribe to the channel so that each evening, when the world grows still, you'll find a gentle voice waiting, ready to share another story of faith, kindness, and quiet grace. Tonight, I'd like to tell you a story that begins not with noise or miracles, but with stillness, the kind of stillness the soul quietly longs for. Outside the window, an autumn wind moves softly through the trees. The oak leaves fall slowly, brushing against the roof before coming to rest on the damp ground. Somewhere in the distance, a clock ticks, calm, unhurried, patient. Inside, a small lamp glows beside an old Bible, its pages worn and yellowed by time. The reader closes the book gently, listening to the hush that fills the room. There is no rush, no voices calling, only the quiet company of presence, invisible, tender, and kind. Tonight, you can set everything down. The unfinished work, the worries that crowd your chest, the ache that whispers in your bones. Let them rest for a while, because right now, even here, God is watching over you. Not with thunder or spectacle, but with a warmth that can only be felt when we stop pretending to be strong. I once met an old man who lived in a small village by the River Loire. Every night, he would turn off all the lights, leaving only a single candle burning by his window. Someone asked him once, "Aren't you afraid of the dark?" He smiled, eyes soft as candlelight. "No," he said, "because even a small flame is enough to remind me that God still sees me." Perhaps faith is as simple as that. Not a long prayer, not a perfect record, just the courage to keep one little candle burning through the night. The wind sighs outside, but it no longer feels cold. The house creaks quietly. The cat shifts in its sleep, and everything seems to whisper one same phrase: be still. For within that stillness lies something sacred, the peace that God breathes into every waiting heart. The old Bible opens again, almost on its own, to Psalm 23. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters." You don't have to analyze it. You only need to breathe it in. Those ancient words carry the weight of generations who trusted before us, people who found, even in fear and loss, that peace still returns like dawn after a long night. If you wish, close your eyes for a moment. Take a deep breath. Imagine a hand resting gently on your shoulder. Not forcing, not demanding, only being there. Perhaps it's the memory of someone you loved. Or perhaps it is the hand of the one who created you. Whispering softly, "You are not alone." Peace does not arrive like a trumpet or a shout. It comes quietly, like the soft hum of night air, like the faint smell of wood smoke, like the steady rhythm of your own heartbeat reminding you that life still is a gift. And if tonight you find it hard to pray, that's all right. Just whisper, "I'm here." That's enough. God doesn't need eloquence, only honesty. He understands sighs and pauses and the trembling silence between them. Perhaps that's the true miracle of faith, that even in our weariness He draws near, and the room, once lonely, feels gently occupied again. The candle by the window burns low, its smoke rising like a quiet prayer, and somewhere between one breath and the next, you feel it, the assurance that you are loved, even now, even here. He is not far away. If you are still, you will find Him sitting beside you. If this story has brought a little peace to your heart, please subscribe to the channel so that each night In the gentle company of faith, you'll have a place to rest, and a quiet reminder that God is always near. When all sounds fade away, the night has settled deeper now. The house breathes quietly, as if every wall and window were finally resting after a long day of holding in the world's noise. Far away, a train hums across the valley, a low, gentle note that seems to disappear before it ever quite reaches the ear. Soon, even that sound dissolves, and what remains is a hush so full it almost feels alive. It is in such moments when all sounds fade away that the heart begins to speak in a different language. No longer the language of worry or planning, but the wordless rhythm of belonging. The simple knowing that we are not abandoned. The silence is not empty. It is full of presence. A small clock ticks on the mantel. Each second seems to widen the stillness rather than disturb it. You might hear the faint rustle of curtains, the creak of a chair settling its old joints, the soft exhale of your own breathing. These tiny sounds are like companions in prayer, reminders that life, even in its quietest hour, continues under the steady care of the Creator. Sometimes peace does not arrive by invitation. It sneaks in through the cracks we forgot to close. It finds us when we have given up trying to be peaceful. Perhaps that is why God speaks most clearly in the hush that follows exhaustion, when the last thought has loosened its grip and the soul is finally free to listen. Do you remember the way evening feels after rain? How the air holds the scent of earth and leaves? How every colour seems deeper, truer? That is what the Spirit feels like when it has stopped fighting the silence, the noise of the day, the headlines, the lists, the arguments, all fade into the distance, and the only thing left is breath, steady and faithful. There was once a woman who lived alone in a seaside cottage. Every evening she would light a single oil lamp and sit by the window facing the dark horizon. Her neighbours thought she waited for someone, but when asked, she said softly, "I'm not waiting. I'm remembering that He is with me, even when I cannot see a thing." And she smiled, listening to the sea whisper against the rocks, as though heaven itself were answering her. To be still is not to escape the world. It is to see the world through gentler eyes. When we learn to love the quiet, we discover how faithfully God fills it. The silence becomes a doorway, not a wall. Through it, grace walks in, barefoot, unannounced, but unmistakably real. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine the room around you, dimly lit, safe, untouched by hurry. Maybe there is the faint aroma of tea, or the wooden scent of old furniture. Maybe a blanket rests over your knees. In this ordinary space, heaven leans close. The same God who shaped mountains and oceans now keeps watch over this small room, over this single heartbeat. If a memory comes of someone you miss or a time you long for, let it come. Don't push it away. Memories are gentle teachers. They remind us that love was real, and what is real in love never truly ends. Even absence glows faintly with presence when viewed through faith. The night deepens. Outside, the moon climbs higher, silvering the edges of the world. You might notice how light touches even the darkest branches, how the shadows themselves seem softer now. Perhaps that is what grace does. It does not erase the dark, but it teaches it how to glow. Somewhere, perhaps beyond the stars, perhaps just within your chest, a quiet voice whispers, "Peace, be still." It is not a command to the storm outside, but to the storm within, the restless tide of thoughts and fears. And when that whisper is heard, even faintly, the waves in the mind grow calm. If you listen carefully, you may hear your own heart answering back, not in words, but in gratitude. a steady pulse that says, thank you for this moment, for this breath, for this peace. And that is prayer enough. Soon sleep will come, not as an escape, but as a continuation of this calm conversation between your soul and its maker. Let your body soften, let your eyelids fall. The world will keep turning, the Father will keep watch. Everything is held, everything is loved, everything is already being made new. When all sounds fade away, what remains is the voice of God in silence. If this quiet story has brought peace to your evening, you may subscribe to the channel, so each night, when the world grows still again, you'll find another whisper of hope waiting for you here. The small light still burns. The night has deepened into its quiet heart. Outside, a low mist drifts over the rooftops, softening the edges of everything it touches. The street lamps glow like halos in the fog, and somewhere far away, a dog barks once, then falls silent again. It is the hour when the world seems to pause, not asleep, not awake, simply suspended between both. Inside the little house, the candle that was lit earlier still burns. Its flame is smaller now, trembling with every breath of air, but it has not gone out. That small light, though fragile, holds the whole room together. Its warmth touches the walls, the books, the photographs, the face of the one sitting quietly nearby. Faith often looks like that candle. It is rarely grand or loud. Most days it is just a small glow, steady, almost unnoticed, keeping us from being lost in the dark. And though storms may rattle the windows, though doubt may blow through the cracks, still the light holds on. It flickers, yes, but it endures. There was once a widower in a small English village, a man named Thomas. He lived alone after his wife passed away, and every evening he would light a single lantern on his porch. When asked why he kept it burning even on stormy nights, he would say, "It's for her, but also for me. It reminds me that love doesn't end when the day does." Years passed, and the neighbours noticed that his lantern never failed, not even once. Some said it was habit, but others whispered that perhaps faith had taken the form of that flame, humble, faithful, quietly alive. Maybe that's what God asks of us, not brilliance, not perfection, but constancy, to keep the little light burning when we are tired, when the world feels cold, when we don't understand what tomorrow will bring, because in ways unseen, that small act of trust pushes back the night. There is something holy about a room lit by one candle. It teaches the eye to rest, the soul to breathe. In that gentle glow, every object seems to whisper its story. The mug left half full of tea, the shawl folded on the chair, the open Bible resting face down to keep its place. They are not just things, they are witnesses of an ordinary grace. Sometimes we think God is found only in miracles, but perhaps he prefers these quieter corners. A kitchen table, a sigh, the soft hum of the kettle. He moves not in the noise, but in the spaces between it, like the flame that dances without sound, yet fills the room with warmth. The one sitting near the candle, maybe that's you, looks at the tiny flame and wonders how long it can last. It bends, wavers, and straightens again, refusing to surrender. In that small defiance, something stirs in the heart, a memory of being held through darker nights, of prayers answered not by thunder, but by the slow, steady kindness of time. You might recall the words of Isaiah, "A bruised reed he will not break, and a smouldering wick he will not snuff out." What a gentle promise that is. God does not demand strength before he offers mercy. He sees the trembling light and chooses to guard it, his breath not to extinguish but to keep it alive. The candle gutters once, then steadies. Its reflection shimmers faintly in the window, and for a moment you see two flames, one within, one without. Perhaps that is how grace works. It doubles every little thing we give, every flicker of hope, until the room is brighter than we thought it could be. Somewhere a church bell strikes the hour, slow, solemn, echoing over the rooftops. The sound rolls gently through the air and fades like a blessing. Even time seems softer tonight. The mist outside thickens, but it cannot swallow the light. It wraps the world like a blanket instead, whispering that rest is near. Before long, sleep will come. You'll blow out the candle, but its warmth will linger in the air, the faint scent of wax and smoke, curling like a prayer into the ceiling. And though the flame will no longer be seen, you'll know it has not truly gone. The light has simply changed form, from fire to memory, from sight to faith. That's the quiet truth of this hour. What we surrender and trust is never lost. It returns to us as peace, as stillness, as the knowledge that God keeps his watch through the dark. So let the night have its silence. Let your worries drift like the mist outside. The world is safe in his hands, and so are you. The small light still burns, not to prove, but to remind us that love remains. If this story has touched a quiet place in your heart, you can subscribe to the channel so that each evening, when the world grows silent again, a gentle voice will be waiting here to remind you that your little light still matters. The misty garden. After the storm, the rain has ended, not abruptly, but the way a prayer ends, softly, almost shyly, letting silence take its place. Outside the window, the world glistens as if newly born. Puddles hold trembling stars, and the old stone path through the garden gleams like a silver thread leading somewhere kind. A thin mist drifts above the earth, wrapping the bushes and benches in a tender haze. Every leaf, heavy with water, bows low under the weight of grace. You can almost hear them sigh, relieved, forgiven. There is a fragrance in the air that only comes after rain, a mingling of soil and sky, of endings and beginnings. It smells like hope, wearing the scent of humility. The man in the cottage steps outside with his shawl drawn close. The air is cool, but not cold. It brushes his cheeks like the touch of a friend. He walks slowly, the gravel crunching beneath his boots, following the path toward the small garden he planted years ago. The flowers are nothing fancy, lavender, thyme, and a stubborn rose bush that refuses to bloom until late summer. Yet tonight they seem radiant, as if God himself had walked among them while the rain was falling. He stops beside the bird bath where ripples still dance from the last drop. For a moment he sees his reflection there. Older now, lines of time marking his face like rivers carved into a quiet valley. But his eyes, though weary, still hold a spark. He remembers words once spoken from the pulpit of a small chapel long ago. The storm is not the end of peace. It is the path that leads to it. How true that has proven to be. So many storms, some of weather, some of the heart. Each one seemed at the time unbearable. And yet each one has left behind this same stillness, this same tender clarity. The garden knows it, the soil knows it, perhaps even the soul does too. He kneels, pressing a hand into the damp earth. It is cool and living. Tiny grains cling to his palm like promises too small to be spoken aloud. He thinks of the seeds lying hidden below, silent, unseen, and yet already alive with the idea of growth. Faith, he realizes, is not always a bright flame. Sometimes it is a seed waiting under the weight of mud, trusting that light will return. A breeze stirs the mist, and for a heartbeat the garden brightens. Somewhere a robin sings, not a triumphant song, but a contented one, a melody of ordinary joy. Its notes rise into the clearing air, thread through the wet branches, and linger above the roof of the cottage like a blessing. He closes his eyes to listen. The song is fragile, but it carries something eternal, the courage to sing again after the rain. Perhaps that is what resurrection looks like in everyday life. Not thunder, not trumpets, but small things daring to begin again. A leaf uncurling, a person forgiving, a heart deciding to hope one more time. We do not always notice these miracles because they wear such humble clothing, but heaven notices. Every quiet act of trust, every whispered prayer, every hand extended in kindness, they shine in God's sight like dew on the morning grass. He lingers in the garden until the mist begins to lift. The first thin line of dawn touches the eastern sky, painting it the colour of soft peaches and pearl. Light slides gently over the fence, touching the tops of the wet hedges, and the whole world exhales. The storm is behind, the day before him, and between the two lies peace, the kind that doesn't need to be explained. He whispers into the empty air, "Thank you for the rain that cleanses, and for the silence that follows." The words drift upward, vanishing with the mist, but somehow he knows they have been heard, not because he feels something dramatic, but because peace itself answers, quiet, certain, enough. He turns back toward the cottage. Behind him, the garden gleams. Every drop of water catches the dawn like a prayer turned to light. He doesn't look back, but he carries the sight within him, the promise that storms pass, that life renews, that love once planted never truly dies. Inside, the kettle begins to hum. Steam curls through the air like another kind of mist, this one fragrant with tea and memory. He sits by the window, watching the day take its first breath. The garden beyond the glass no longer looks wounded. It looks alive. And in that simple truth, his heart rests. After the storm, even the smallest garden becomes a cathedral of peace. If this quiet story has refreshed your spirit tonight, you can subscribe to the channel, so that each evening, when the rain of the world has passed, you'll have a gentle voice waiting to remind you that peace always returns. The letter to oneself. There are evenings when silence feels like a friend. It comes not to remind us of what we've lost, but to invite us to listen. Not outward, but inward. The world has gone still outside the window. Only the steady rhythm of the old clock breaks the hush, ticking softly like a heart at peace. The man sits at his small wooden desk, the same one he's used for decades. Its surface is worn smooth by years of writing, letters to friends, notes tucked into books, pages of thoughts never sent to anyone. Tonight, though, a new idea stirs within him. He draws out a sheet of paper, yellowed slightly at the edges, and smooths it with both hands. Then, almost shyly, he begins to write. Not to another soul, but to himself. Dear you, it's been a long road, hasn't it? His pen moves slowly, the ink forming quiet trails of memory. Each word is like a breath released, heavy but healing. He writes about the storms he's endured, the people who came and went, the prayers that took years to be answered, and the ones that still linger unanswered, like notes waiting for a final chord. You've carried more than anyone knows. There were nights you thought you would never find peace again, and yet here you are, still breathing, still believing, even if only a little. The lamplight glows warmly across the paper, and he pauses, smiling faintly at the thought of Grace, that quiet force that carried him when he had nothing left. He realizes he's never truly walked alone. Even in the loneliest hours, there was always something gentle beside him, a presence that asked for nothing but trust. He remembers a verse once read in a small Bible with pages thin as leaves. Even to your old age and grey hairs, I am he who will sustain you. The words return now, not as doctrine, but as memory, a truth proven by time, not by argument. He writes again, you may never be as strong as you once were, but you are more tender now. And that too is strength. The strength of understanding, of forgiveness, of gentle eyes that see others not as threats, but as fellow travelers. He sets down the pen for a moment and looks toward the window. Outside, a faint wind stirs the branches, brushing them against the glass. The moon, low and calm, rests over the sleeping fields. He watches the silver light spill across the desk, touching the paper like a benediction. The letter continues. There are things you regret and perhaps always will. Words spoken too sharply, chances not taken, kindness withheld because fear whispered you might be misunderstood. But tonight, I want you to forgive that version of yourself. He was doing his best with the light he had. He breathes deeply and feels the words settle inside him. It's strange how writing them on paper makes forgiveness feel more real, as if the act itself were a prayer. He has spent years praying for others, but rarely for himself. And now, in this quiet act of grace, he realizes that self-forgiveness is not selfish. It is the soil from which compassion for others grows. He dips the pen again and writes one last time. You have not failed because you fell. You have only failed if you refuse to rise again. And you did rise, not perfectly, not without scars, but with honesty. And that is the kind of rising heaven applauds. He signs it simply, with love, always, me. For a while he just sits there, reading the words back in silence. Something soft breaks open within him. Not sorrow, not joy, but release. The past no longer feels like a chain. It feels like a road he has walked with someone who never left his side. He folds the letter carefully and places it in a drawer with others. Receipts, postcards, photographs, ordinary artifacts of a life both fragile and full. Then he whispers a prayer, not aloud but inside his chest. Thank you for never giving up on me, even when I did. As he blows out the lamp, the room darkens gently. The faint scent of ink and oil lingers in the air, mingling with the quiet peace that follows every confession made in love. He lies down, and before sleep claims him, a final thought drifts through his mind. If only we could see ourselves as God sees us, still becoming, still beautiful even in our brokenness. And with that, his breathing steadies. Outside, the night wind carries the faintest murmur of leaves. Somewhere in the garden, the first drops of dew form again. New mercies waiting for morning. Even in silence, grace writes its own letters upon the heart. If this quiet story has spoken to something tender within you, you can subscribe to the channel so that each evening another letter of peace might find its way to your heart. The lamp by the window. The night was colder than usual. A thin frost had begun to form on the edges of the glass, turning the window into a painting of pale lace. The man stirred from his chair and reached for the old brass lamp beside him. It had been his wife's once, a gift from her father on their wedding day. The base was dented, the shade slightly tilted, but when he turned the knob, the soft light rose like a sigh, golden, steady, patient. He placed it on the windowsill. The glow spilled gently outward, touching the darkness beyond the glass. Outside, the road was empty. Only a few faint stars glimmered between shreds of cloud. But in that quiet space, the lamplight seemed to travel far, as if it might guide some unseen traveller home. He remembered how she used to do the same. Every evening before supper, she would light the lamp and place it there, saying softly, "In case someone out there needs a bit of light." She had meant it literally. The village road was narrow and dark, but he had come to understand it as something deeper. Light, she believed, was meant to be shared. Even a small lamp could make the night less lonely. Now, years later, he found himself keeping the same ritual, not because he expected anyone to see it, but because hope, like habit, needs tending. And there was comfort in that small act. The turning of the knob, the quiet hum of the wick catching flame, the way the room changed from shadow to gold in a single breath. He stood for a moment, watching the reflection of the lamp flicker on the glass. It looked as if there were two lights, one inside, one beyond. He thought of the words from the Gospel, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." He had heard that verse countless times, but only now, in the long hush of age, did he feel what it truly meant. Light is not always loud. It doesn't need to dazzle to heal. Sometimes it's a gesture, a word spoken kindly, or even the silence of someone willing to simply stay. Faith, he realized, was not only about believing in the light of heaven. It was about becoming a lamp for those still walking through the night. The room behind him was filled with little reminders of a shared life. A photograph in a cracked frame, the shawl she used to wrap around her shoulders, a teacup with a faint chip at the rim. Each one seemed to glow in the lamp's soft circle, not as relics of sorrow, but as vessels of gratitude. He sat down again and took up the book she once loved, a worn copy of the Psalms with a pressed violet between its pages. He opened to where the flower had rested all these years. The verse beside it read, "The Lord will command his loving kindness in the daytime, and in the night his song shall be with me." He ran a finger over the faded words and whispered, "Your song still lingers, love. It always will." Outside, the frost deepened, coating the fence and the hedges in crystal. The stars brightened, scattered like quiet promises across the sky. Somewhere far off, a fox moved through the fields, its paws leaving delicate prints that glowed faintly under the moon. He watched until the world blurred softly, as if the night itself were breathing a lullaby. He leaned back, letting the warmth of the lamp rest on his hands. The skin there was thin now, mapped with years of labour and prayer. He had not achieved much by worldly measure, no fame, no fortune, only a small garden, a faithful dog, and the memories of kindness given and received. Yet sitting there, he felt something holy, a peace too deep for words, born from knowing that love had outlived everything else. He thought of those who might pass his house late at night, the milkman perhaps, or a weary traveller. Maybe none would notice the little glow behind the frosted window. But even if no eyes saw it, the light was still worth keeping. For the keeping itself was prayer. And prayer, he knew now, wasn't only words. It was every act done with quiet love. He closed the book, set it gently on the table, and turned once more to the window. The lamp's reflection met his gaze like a companion. He smiled faintly. Somewhere beyond that darkness was the promise of dawn. And until it came, this small light would stand watch. He whispered into the stillness, "Stay bright, little lamp. Someone may still need you tonight." And perhaps in some unseen way that light did find someone, a soul drifting in its own dark hour, catching sight of a faint, steady glow and remembering, just for a moment, that it was not alone. Every window that glows in the night is a prayer for someone's safe return. The man turned down the lamp slightly, just enough to let the flame settle into a soft, golden breath. Then he sat quietly, listening to the faint hum of the wind. His heart, though old and slow, beat with a calm assurance. God was still awake. The night, however long, was never truly dark. If this story has brought a little light to your evening, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night when the world grows quiet, another lamp of peace will be waiting for you here. The sound of morning bells. Before the sun breaks the horizon, the world belongs to whispers. Mist curls low across the fields, silver and tender as breath upon glass. A hush lies over everything, and the hedges, the stone wall, the sleeping roofs of the village, as if creation itself is holding its breath for what comes next. From somewhere beyond the hill, a single bell begins to ring. Not loud, not hurried. A measured sound, deep and patient, carrying through the air like a voice older than time. The tone folds through the fog, touches the cottages, moves along the river path, and reaches even this small house with the lamp still glowing in its window. The man hears it while stirring the embers in the hearth. The coals give off a soft crackle, the first warmth of the new day. He pauses, letting the bell's echo fill the room. Every note feels familiar, not because of the place, but because of what it means. For him, bells have always been more than sound. They are reminders that morning always comes, even after the longest night. He moves to the window and lifts the latch. Cool air enters, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and wood smoke. The world outside is a watercolour of grey and pearl. Birds have not yet begun to sing, but somewhere in the distance another bell answers the first. The two voices blend and drift through the valley, weaving a quiet hymn that no one conducts, yet everyone somehow understands. He closes his eyes and listens. Each chime seems to touch something deep within. Memories of his youth, of Sundays walking to church hand in hand with his father, the path lined with dew and laughter. He remembers the sound of bells on his wedding morning, bright and wild in the wind, the softer toll at his wife's farewell, the same tones now returned, calling not to ceremony, but to peace. He whispers, almost without realizing it, "Thank you for the sound that calls me back to life." The kettle whistles gently behind him. He pours hot water over the tea leaves, watches the colour bloom through the glass pot, a small sunrise of its own. Steam rises, fragrant and sweet, curling toward the ceiling beams. The wooden clock ticks steadily beside him. In moments like these, he feels as though the world is a single heartbeat, God's heartbeat, and every living thing moves in rhythm with it. Outside, the bells continue. Their rhythm steadies the mind, their echo settles the heart. He imagines how many souls still half asleep across the valley are hearing them too. Farmers, bakers, mothers cradling infants, men beginning their day's work. Each hears the same tone, yet each receives it differently. A summons, a comfort, a promise. That is the mystery of grace. One sound, infinite meanings. He steps outside for a moment, mug in hand. The air greets him with a clean chill. His breath turns to mist, joining the morning haze. He walks to the gate, the gravel cool beneath his shoes, and watches as light begins to gather at the edges of the world. The bell tower on the distant church stands faintly against the sky, small from here but mighty in purpose. He thinks of how faith is like that tower, built stone by stone, year after year, not for display but to stand through seasons, wind, rain, frost, still it remains, and at its peak a bell that gives voice to what hearts cannot always say. We are still here, we are still loved. The last chime fades, leaving only silence and the murmuring of awakening birds. He listens to the quiet that follows, not emptiness, but fullness. It feels as if the whole valley is praying without words. He lifts his face to the pale sky and breathes in the damp sweetness of morning. Somewhere deep inside he senses that this too is prayer, standing still, receiving the day, letting gratitude rise without effort. He doesn't need to speak. The sound of the bells has already said it all. God is near, God is faithful, God is here. He turns back toward the cottage, leaving the door open for the fresh air to wander in. The lamp on the windowsill still burns, its golden flame now joined by the first rays of sun. Light meets light, one human and divine, indistinguishable. He sets down his cup, closes his eyes and lets the warmth settle into his chest. The heart, once heavy with night, now feels buoyant again, like a small boat released from its mooring, ready to drift wherever the current of grace will lead. The morning days roll not to wake the body, but to remind the soul. It is still alive. He sits quietly until the last echo disappears into the hills. Then with a small smile he whispers the same simple prayer he speaks every morning. Let today be kind. And somehow the world seems to answer, in the brightness gathering over the fields, in the first bird song rising above the mist, in the peace that lingers gentle and sure, like the resonance of a bell long after it stops ringing. If this quiet story of dawn and faith has calmed your heart, you can subscribe to the channel so that each evening and each morning a soft voice and the echo of peace will always find their way back to you. The bench beneath the linden tree. By midday, the fog had lifted and sunlight filtered through the clouds in soft, gentle strokes. It was not the sharp light of summer, but the kind that caresses rather than blinds, the kind that makes dust motes glow like floating prayers. The man stepped outside again, a shawl over his shoulders and a walking cane in hand. He followed the path that wound through his small garden, past the patch of lavender and the old rose bush still glistening from the morning dew. At the far end of the garden stood a linden tree, tall, broad and faithful, its leaves trembling in the faint breeze. Beneath that tree rested a wooden bench. Its surface had faded with years of weather, but it still held its shape, strong enough to bear memories. This was where he and his wife had sat almost every evening when the air was kind, watching the sky change colours and listening to the bells fade into the distance. He lowered himself onto the bench, the wood creaking softly beneath him. For a while, he said nothing. He simply watched the way the light slipped through the branches, dappling the grass in golden patches. A bee drifted lazily among the blossoms, the hum so gentle it felt like part of the silence. There was peace here, not the loud, triumphant kind, but the quiet peace of things that have lasted. He rested his hand on the bench beside him, tracing the grooves where her fingers had once been. He could almost see her there, her shawl fluttering in the breeze, her laughter low and steady, her gaze fixed not on the world's noise, but on its stillness. He smiled faintly. The years had turned memory into something different from pain. It no longer burned. It warmed, like the sunlight through the leaves. It touched without scarring. He remembered something she once said. When I am gone, don't fill the house with flowers. Just come sit here and talk to God. He listens better outdoors. So he had kept that promise. Whenever the weight of days grew heavy, he came here to talk or to listen, or simply to be. Sometimes words came, sometimes only tears, and sometimes nothing at all, just breath, the rise and fall of the heart as it tried to find its rhythm again. But always the linden tree stood above him, a cathedral of green, its branches stretching toward heaven like arms mid-prayer. The leaves whispered in the wind, and the sound reminded him of the Psalms. Let everything that has breath praise the Lord. He had never understood before how even trees could worship, how they lifted themselves daily toward the light, how they gave shade without asking for thanks, how they endured every storm by simply bending, never breaking. There was a sermon in that posture, one no pulpit could teach better. As the afternoon ripened, a small sparrow hopped onto the path nearby. It pecked at the earth, fluffed its feathers, and then, finding nothing urgent to do, perched on the edge of the bench beside him. He chuckled softly. "Well, there you are," he murmured. "I was just about to start feeling lonely." The bird tilted its head as though it understood. Its tiny chest rose and fell quickly, a heartbeat made visible. For a long while they sat like that, man and bird, companions in silence. The world seemed to pause around them, the only movement being the slow dance of sunlight across the grass. He thought again of his letter from the night before, the one he had written to himself, and realized that maybe this was its truest reply. The garden didn't need words, it only needed presence. And perhaps God felt the same way. When he wished to speak, he didn't always use language. Sometimes he answered with stillness, with the touch of wind, the flutter of a leaf, or the company of a sparrow. He leaned back, letting his eyes drift upward through the green canopy. The leaves shimmered softly in the sunlight, their undersides flashing pale silver whenever the breeze moved through. It looked for all the world like heaven breathing through the branches. "She would have loved this day," he whispered. "It feels like a hymn sung softly, just for us." The sparrow chirped once as if agreeing and then fluttered away, disappearing into the bright air. He watched it until it was only a speck, a moving note in the sky's great song. A sense of gratitude welled in his chest, deep, full, wordless. He realized that though much had been taken from him by time, nothing essential was lost. The love that once shared this bench still filled the air. The faith they had built together still lived in the rhythm of his days. Even the silence between him and God no longer felt empty. It felt like trust. The sun began to lower, turning the leaves amber. Shadows stretched long and soft across the path. He knew it was time to return inside, but he lingered just a moment longer. He closed his eyes and listened to the leaves whisper their last song of the day. "Peace," they seemed to say. "Stay a while longer. Peace." He smiled, breathing in deeply the scent of linden blossoms, sweet, faintly honeyed, pure. It filled him like prayer fills a chapel. And for the first time that day, he felt no distance between heaven and earth. Only stillness, only love. Beneath the linden tree, he thought, I am nearer to God than anywhere else. If this quiet story brought you a moment of peace beneath your own tree of memory, you can subscribe to the channel so that each evening when the world slows, another story of faith and calm will be waiting here for you. The visitor at dusk came gently, as if the day remembered to bow before it left. The western sky washed in apricot and rose, dimmed by degrees, until the hedges wore a violet hush. Somewhere, a blackbird gave its last bright notes, then folded into silence. The man, having lingered under the linden tree, rose carefully and made his way along the gravel path. He could feel the evening cool on his cheeks, could smell the faint honey of blossoms and the clean mineral scent the day leaves behind when it exhales. Back inside, he set the kettle on and struck a match for the small lamp that lived on the kitchen table. Its light was familiar, humble, domestic, kind. He placed 2 cups out of habit, one slightly chipped, the one she had always preferred. He did not drink from it himself. It remained an empty place at the table, a pause where gratitude could sit. A sound, soft, uncertain, touched the door. Not a knock exactly, more like the careful brush of someone unsure whether to ask. He paused, listening. There it was again, a hesitant tap, then quiet. When he opened the door, the evening air entered first, cool and honest. On the step stood a boy from up the lane, thin shoulders hunched inside a coat a little too big. The boy's eyes held the look of someone who had walked with a question all the way here. "Sir," he said, voice almost a whisper, "I'm sorry to bother you. Mum sent me to the shop, but it's closed and, well, the lights were on here." The man smiled with the corners of his eyes. "No bother at all. Come in out of the chill. Let's see what we can do." He did not ask for the boy's problem at once. There are troubles that must be warmed before they can be told. Instead, he lifted the kettle from the flame and chose the gentlest tea, the kind that smells of fields in summer. He sliced a heel of bread, spread it with butter that had softened by the lamp, added a spoon of jam whose jar wore a little label in his wife's hand. Plum, late August. They sat. The boy kept his hands wrapped around the cup, letting the steam ease stiffness from his fingers. He looked around the room, shy but curious, as if something here had been waiting for him. Perhaps the quiet itself, or the way the lamp made an island of warmth that asked nothing in return. At last he spoke. "Mum's been tired. Work is hard just now. I tried to help, but I messed the change at the till and the grocer got cross. I was meant to buy milk. I have the money still, but the shop closed." The man nodded softly. "Shops do that. Days do too." He stood, opened the old icebox and brought out a bottle just delivered that morning. "This will do," he said, placing it gently on the table. "You can bring it back tomorrow or another day. Milk knows its way home." The boy looked ready to argue, then saw the calm in the man's face and let the words unwind before they reached his mouth. Gratitude loosened his shoulders. They ate in companionable silence, small bites, slow sips. The lamp hummed faintly. The clock kept its patient counsel. Outside, the last of the light drew a silver line along the rim of the hills. When the bread was finished and the tea drained to comfort, the boy glanced at the empty chair. "Was someone meant to sit there?" he asked, wide-eyed but gentle. "She often does," the man replied, then corrected himself without hurry. "Did." He did not decorate the sentence with sorrow. He set his palm on the table, feeling the wood's familiar grain. "Still, I keep a place. Love does not vanish just because the day grows dark." The boy nodded in the way children do when they meet a truth not taught in school. He studied the violet quiet through the window, then spoke again. "Sir, do you think God hears people like us when we don't have good words? When we only have, well, this?" He lifted the warm bottle of milk a little, as if it were both burden and offering. The man did not answer quickly. He reached for the match tin and relit the candle beside the lamp, the small one he used when storms took the electricity years ago. A slender flame rose, surprised to be alive. He watched it steady itself. "I think," he said at last, "that God hears with his eyes sometimes, and with his hands. When we share what we have, when we sit with someone who is tired, when we let a lamp burn in the window, he reads such things like prayers, even when no words come. The boy's throat moved, the way it does when a tired spirit swallows relief. He rose carefully, cradled the bottle and slipped the wrapped bread into his pocket at the man's insistence. At the door he hesitated, then blurted, "Mum says we mustn't take charity." "Good," the man said with a smile that lived mostly in his eyes. "This isn't charity. This is neighbours. You'll bring me a story another night. That will settle the account." "What kind of story?" "Any kind. Something true. Perhaps about a robin who sings after rain, or about the way your mum laughs when she's too tired to laugh. True stories carry light." The boy grinned despite himself. He stepped back into the dusk, which had thickened into a blue so deep it seemed to hold stars already. At the gate he turned once more. "Thank you, sir," he said, and then after a shy pause, "I think your house is kind." When the door closed, the man stood for a while with his hand on the latch, listening to the quiet resume its gentle work. He returned to the table and straightened the cups as if to tidy the evening into gratitude. The candle burned steadily beside the lamp, two small suns in a world content to be dim. He thought of the milk on the boy's table, the bread on the small plate, the way a tired mother might breathe easier for one night. No miracle, nothing large, but sometimes the kingdom hides in small arrangements. A cup of tea, a place kept at the table, a door that opens before the question is finished. In the window, the glass gathered the reflections of both lights, doubling them into four. It looked like a blessing multiplied. He whispered, "Let them be held," meaning the boy and his mother, and also perhaps the whole village, and anyone who might cross a dark field tonight believing they were alone. He did not feel heroic. He did not feel holy. He felt human and quietly glad, the kind of gladness that does not need applause, only the knowing that some heavy thing had become lighter because two people shared it for a while. Outside, the blackbird gave one last late note, then surrendered the evening to crickets. The linden leaves breathed their soft conversation. Somewhere down the lane, footsteps quickened toward home. The man turned down the lamp but left the candle burning in the window. A signal, a promise, a small, faithful star. He sat a moment longer and let the room cool into prayer. Hospitality is the lamp that teaches night to hope. He smiled at the sentence as if it had chosen him rather than he it. Then he rose, washed the cups and set them upside down to dry. The house, having witnessed kindness, seemed to stand a little taller. In the quiet, you could almost hear the walls remember. If this gentle visit at dusk brought a little light to your evening, you may subscribe to the channel, so that each night, when questions knock softly, a warm story in a small, faithful lamp will be waiting here for you. The bread and the blessing. Morning light entered the house softly, like someone who had learned to knock without sound. It touched the curtains, the table, and finally the chair where the man had sat the night before. The two cups remained there, washed and upside down on a cloth, catching the first glimmer of dawn. He rose slowly, feeling the stiffness of age along his shoulders, and for a moment he simply stood, watching how the light crept across the wooden floor like a silent companion. He had slept lightly as he often did, but peacefully. Before dawn he had dreamed of walking through fields of wheat, tall, golden, rippling in the breeze. In the dream, someone was walking ahead of him just out of sight, humming a hymn he hadn't heard since childhood. He had awoken with that melody still in his chest, like a thread connecting the dream world to this one. Now he filled the kettle, placed it on the stove, and broke a piece of bread left from yesterday's loaf. It was dense, rustic bread, made from barley flour, simple and true. He warmed it on the pan, spreading butter that melted into the cracks, then placed it on a small plate. He always began his mornings this way, not from habit, but from gratitude. Each breakfast felt like a small ceremony, a meeting between the ordinary and the holy. As he ate, the memory of last night's visitor returned. The thin boy, the uncertain knock, the quiet look of relief when kindness met need. He pictured the boy's mother now, perhaps still asleep, perhaps waking to the scent of warm milk. He hoped she would smile, even briefly, before the day's worries returned. That was enough of a prayer. Not every blessing had to be spoken. Some only needed to be imagined with love. When the meal was done, he set another slice of bread on a small plate and carried it to the window. He placed it there near the candle stub that had burned low in the night. It was for the birds, he told himself, though part of him believed it was also for her, the one whose laughter once filled this room. She had always fed the sparrows, saying it wasn't charity, but fellowship. They keep us company, she would say, and one day when heaven feels near, I think they'll sing us home. He smiled faintly at the thought. Outside, the first bird had already come, a small robin with feathers the colour of sunset. It hopped close, then closer still, its head tilted in a mix of courage and curiosity. It pecked at the crust, then paused to look through the window, as if to say thank you in the only language it knew. The man lifted his hand slightly, not to reach, only to acknowledge. Grace, he thought, is often like this, shy, brief, but real. He turned toward the small wooden cross that hung above the doorway. It was not ornate, only two weathered pieces of wood tied together with twine. His wife had made it long ago from branches of that same linden tree in the garden. It had hung there ever since, through every season, through laughter, through grief, through long nights when silence had been heavier than words. He stood before it now, not to pray aloud, but simply to remember. That was prayer enough. He thought of how bread and blessing were never far apart. In the scriptures, whenever bread appeared, so did love. A hungry crowd on a hillside, a broken loaf passed among friends, a risen Lord at a table at dawn. Bread was never just bread. It was the language of care, the proof of divine attention to small hungers. He broke off a small piece and ate it slowly, almost reverently. He whispered, "For all that has been given, thank you." The words were plain, but they settled deeply. He didn't need grandeur to touch heaven. A crumb, a prayer, a heart turned upward. These were enough to open eternity's door. Outside, sunlight spread across the fields, turning dew into a field of diamonds. He stepped out onto the path, the one that led to the garden and the linden tree beyond. The air smelled of grass and distant rain. The sky above was a vast, pale blue, clean as forgiveness. On the bench beneath the tree, he found what the night had left. Two fallen leaves resting side by side, and beside them a faint mark in the soil, perhaps where the boy's shoe had pressed when he came up the lane. He smiled again, not at coincidence, but at the small choreography of grace. Nothing is wasted, he thought. Not kindness, not sorrow, not even the crumbs of yesterday's bread. He sat for a long time, letting the quiet stretch wide around him. Birdsong stitched the edges of the silence together. He closed his eyes, lifted his face toward the light filtering through the branches, and breathed slowly. The peace that came was not new. It was the same peace that had been waiting all along, patient as sunlight, faithful as the turning of days. When he rose to go back inside, he felt lighter, not younger, not stronger, simply lighter, as if something unseen had been lifted from his shoulders. He whispered into the morning, "Bless the hands that share bread and the hearts that break it kindly." And for a brief moment he felt that the prayer did not stop at the garden's edge. It travelled through the air, through the fields, perhaps all the way to the boy's small kitchen. He imagined the mother and child sharing breakfast, and the faintest smile finding them both. That thought was enough to fill the world with warmth. He turned back toward the cottage, the door still open to the morning air. The lamp from the night before had gone out, but its scent lingered, wax and oil and something sweet, like peace after tears. He placed the breadboard back on its hook, washed the plate, and hummed the melody from his dream. It was simple, only a few notes, but it carried the whole truth of his life. Where love is shared, God is near. And in that quiet refrain, the morning felt complete. If this story of bread and blessing warmed your heart, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night another quiet story will meet you like morning light, steady, kind, and filled with peace. Tsaksasmay the river. By late afternoon, the air had turned mild again, washed clean by the breeze that moved down from the hills. The man decided to walk to the river. It was not far, just beyond the meadow where wildflowers grew in unhurried clusters, yellow and pale blue. He carried a small walking stick, more for rhythm than support, and let his steps follow the steady pulse of his own breathing. The lane curved between hedges, then opened suddenly onto the river path. There it was, wide, slow, shining like liquid glass beneath the sun. The water made its own quiet music, rippling against stones, murmuring as though speaking in a language older than words. Dragonflies glimmered above it, their wings catching the light like fragments of stained glass. He paused a moment on the small wooden bridge, leaning on the rail. From here he could see the whole valley spread before him, cottages small as toys, smoke drifting lazily upward, fields divided by stone walls that looked like lines in a hymn. It was the same view he had loved for years, yet today it seemed changed, more tender, somehow more alive. Perhaps it was not the valley that had changed, but the eyes that beheld it. The river's surface held the sky perfectly. Clouds floated across it as though heaven were sailing through the earth. He thought of a verse his wife used to quote whenever they walked this way. "The earth is the Lord's, and everything in it." She would always say it softly, not as a rule, but as wonder. He smiled at the memory and whispered the words himself. The echo seemed to return from the water, quiet but sure, as if the world agreed. Farther down, an old fisherman stood knee-deep near the bend, motionless except for the small tilt of his line. The man lifted a hand in greeting. The fisherman answered with a nod, and that was enough. Between people who understand silence, words are seldom needed. He walked on until the bridge and the village were out of sight. Here, the river narrowed and ran between tall reeds that swayed like congregations in prayer. He could smell damp earth and mint, and the faint sweetness of meadow grass. The sound of water mingled with bird song, weaving a rhythm that matched the beat of his heart. He thought again of the boy from the night before. He pictured him walking this same road on some future day, perhaps older, perhaps with worries of his own. Would he remember the small kindness of a loaf and a lamp? Would he too pass that warmth along to someone else lost in the evening? The thought filled him with a deep contentment. Kindness, he believed, was like this river. It moved quietly, unseen in places, but always onward, finding its way to new hearts. He stopped at a bend where a willow leaned over the water, its long green hair trailing the surface. He sat on a fallen log and watched the current. Sunlight flashed on the ripples, tiny stars that appeared and vanished in a breath. He tossed a small pebble in. Rings spread outward, widening until they reached both banks. That, he thought, is how love works. One small act and the ripples go farther than the giver ever knows. For a long time he stayed there, letting stillness seep into his bones. When the wind shifted, he caught the faint scent of wood smoke from the village, the smell of home. The shadows were lengthening now, turning the river silver. He knew it was time to return, but he was in no hurry. There was holiness in walking slowly, in allowing the day to end as gently as it began. On the path back he passed a small stone shrine half hidden in ivy. A simple carving of a cross was etched into it, worn by rain and time. Someone had left a sprig of wild thyme there, freshly picked. He touched the cool stone and whispered, "Bless whoever stopped here today." Bless their journey. The prayer was small, but it carried the quiet strength of sincerity. When he reached the bridge again, the first stars had begun to appear, trembling faintly in the water. The village lamps glowed in the distance, each one a promise of warmth. He rested a moment, gazing at their reflection. So many lights, he thought, and yet only one river carrying them all. It was enough to make him believe that perhaps all lives, all prayers, all longings eventually find the same sea. He turned toward home, the stick tapping lightly on the path. The wind moved through the reeds, whispering as though the world itself was bidding him good night. When he reached the cottage gate, he paused to look back once more at the silver curve of the water beneath the moon. "We cross the same river every day," he murmured, "and every day it changes us." Inside, he lit the lamp again. The small flame rose, golden and sure, greeting the returning traveller. He poured a little water into a bowl, set a fresh piece of bread beside it, and whispered a simple grace, not for food alone, but for the quiet gift of another day spent in peace. Then he sat by the window, watching the reflection of his own light mingling with the stars outside. And he felt deep within that God was nearer than ever, not in thunder or miracle, but in the calm of the river still flowing, the steady pulse of life continuing in its sacred, ordinary way. The road by the river leads always toward mercy. If this walk by the river brought you a measure of calm, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night another quiet journey of faith and stillness will find its way to you. The Candle in the Rain. That night, the sky folded itself into dark velvet, heavy with the scent of rain. The first drops came just after supper, small, uncertain, as if testing the earth's readiness. Then, without warning, the heavens opened and the rain began to fall in earnest. Inside the cottage, the man lit a candle. He had lamps, of course, but the candle felt different, older, gentler, more human. It flickered with a living breath as though listening. He placed it on the table near the window, where its glow could meet the rhythm of raindrops tracing slow rivers down the glass. For a while he simply watched. Each drop caught the candle's light and carried it downward, like tiny beads of gold sliding into the night. The sound of the rain filled the room, not loud, but complete. It moved through the air like a lullaby, wrapping the house in softness. He thought how even storms, when listened to with patience, have their own form of music, He sat back in his chair, wrapped in his shawl, and let his mind drift toward memory. He had always loved the rain, ever since he was a child in a small wooden house far from here. He remembered the tin roof, the smell of wet earth, and his mother's voice humming a hymn as she cooked by the hearth. Those sounds had never left him. They had followed him through every season, reminding him that warmth was never far away, even when skies were grey. On the windowsill, a small photograph leaned against the frame. It showed him and his wife on a long-ago afternoon, standing under an umbrella too small for two. They were laughing, caught between raindrops, faces tilted toward the sky as though daring heaven to pour harder. The corners of the photo had curled with time, but their joy still glowed clear. He reached out and touched the edge of the picture. "We were never afraid of rain," he whispered, "only silence without it." Lightning flared briefly across the horizon, not fierce, just a pale shimmer that turned the world silver. He counted softly to 5 before the thunder answered, low and slow. The storm, it seemed, was in no hurry. Neither was he. He rose and went to the shelf for his Bible. It opened easily to the Psalms, the pages worn thin by years of gentle turning. His eyes found the words without searching. "He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge." He smiled at the promise, one he had leaned on so many times. It sounded almost like the rain itself, soft but sure, speaking protection into the dark. He closed the book and returned to his chair. The candle flame bent slightly in the draught, then steadied again. Outside, the garden swayed, every leaf trembling under the downpour, every flower bowing low in humble grace. It was as if creation was worshipping with water, giving thanks in its own language. He thought about how many kinds of prayer there are. Some are whispered, some sung, some written down. But others are simply lived, the way a person tends a garden or forgives, or keeps a small light burning when night feels long. He realized that tonight, even the candle and the rain were praying, one with fire, one with water, both steady in their purpose, both born of the same hand. His gaze drifted again to the window. The candle's reflection shone beside his own in the glass. 2 small lights, one of wax, one of flesh. He studied them quietly, thinking how faith is like that. Not grand, but steady. Not always shining, but always there. Even when the flame trembles, its heart remains strong. Outside, the rain softened, turning from downpour to whisper. He could hear the slow drip from the eaves, the sigh of the wind moving through the linden branches. The world was rinsed clean, glistening in the dim light of a moon half hidden behind the clouds. He stood and opened the window a crack. Cool air entered, smelling of wet soil and lavender. He breathed it in, deep and full, feeling it settle somewhere sacred inside him. There was something healing about that scent, something that felt like forgiveness. He whispered into the night, "Let every drop be a blessing." The words were quiet, but they carried. He knew it. Perhaps they would travel out across the garden, over the river, into someone else's dark window, reminding another soul that storms, too, have purpose. He watched as the last streaks of lightning faded into the horizon. The candle burned lower, its pool of wax spreading slowly across the dish. When the wick gave one final glow, he cupped his hand gently and breathed it out. Darkness returned, but not emptiness. The air still shimmered with warmth, with peace, with the quiet truth that the light had only changed form. He sat for a long while in that hush, the rain now a steady murmur against the roof. It sounded like prayer continuing even after words had stopped. He closed his eyes, letting the rhythm carry him. A lullaby of water, a cradle of faith. Before he rose to sleep, he whispered one last thought into the quiet. Even when the candle goes out, the flame still lives in the heart that remembers. And with that, he smiled, small, content, illuminated from within, as the rain kept falling, tender and eternal, washing the world anew beneath the watchful eyes of God. If this gentle story of candlelight and rain brought peace to your evening, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night another quiet story of faith and rest will be waiting to keep your light company through the storm. The gift, left at the door. The morning after the rain was bright and tender, as if the world had been washed and laid out fresh for the day to wear. Sunlight poured gently across the garden, turning every droplet on the leaves into a tiny lantern. The linden tree glowed pale green. Its branches dripped softly like a clock marking time in silver. The man stood by the doorway, feeling the air still cool from the night. He breathed deeply, the scent of damp earth filling his lungs with something clean, something that felt like beginning again. He was about to fetch water from the well when he noticed it. A small parcel resting quietly on the doormat. It was wrapped in brown paper, tied with a string that had been knotted twice, once with care, once with nervousness. He bent to pick it up. The wrapping was slightly damp from the morning dew, and a corner of it bore a faint thumbprint in jam. He smiled. Only one person in the village would think to mark gratitude with jam. He carried the parcel inside, laid it on the kitchen table, and untied the string. Inside, he found a small loaf of bread, unevenly shaped, its crust golden and fragrant, with a dusting of flour still clinging to it. Beside it, folded neatly, was a note written in uncertain handwriting. "Thank you for the milk. Mum says this isn't much, but we wanted to give something back. I baked it myself. Hope it's not too hard. Samuel." He read it twice slowly. The boy's name, Samuel, rested gently on his heart. It meant God has heard. He looked at the bread again, still warm enough that a faint wisp of steam rose from the crust. It was imperfect and beautiful, like every true offering ever made. He sat down at the table, placed the bread on a plate, and for a long while didn't eat. He simply looked at it, the way one looks at something sacred. Here, in the simplest of exchanges, he saw the great circle of grace, how giving and receiving were not separate acts, but one rhythm shared between souls. He thought of the verse from Ecclesiastes that his wife used to love. "Cast your bread upon the waters, for after many days it will return to you." He had never understood it so clearly as he did now. Perhaps the bread returning wasn't a promise of reward, but a reminder that kindness travels, sometimes far, sometimes just across the lane, and that it always finds its way home. He cut a small piece and tasted it. It was dense, a little uneven, but sweet with sincerity. He could almost picture the boy standing on a stool, flour on his cheek, waiting for the crust to brown just right, hoping it would be enough to say thank you. The man smiled and whispered, "It's perfect, Samuel." Then quietly he bowed his head, not to the bread, but to the moment. He knew heaven had just visited his doorstep, disguised as a loaf baked by small hands. Outside, the sound of footsteps echoed faintly down the lane. He rose and opened the door just in time to see the boy's small figure disappearing around the corner, a basket swinging in his hand. He called out softly, "Thank you, Samuel." The boy turned, surprised, then grinned shyly and waved before darting out of sight. The man stood for a while, smiling into the morning. The world felt lighter, as if something invisible had lifted between heaven and earth, a thread of understanding, glowing quietly in the sun. He returned to the table and cut another slice of the bread, but this time he placed it on a second plate, the chipped one that had always belonged to her. He set it near the window beside a small vase of linden blossoms. It was his way of sharing, a habit she had taught him long ago. Never eat grace alone, she used to say. He watched as the light through the glass fell across both plates, one whole, one chipped, and thought how love fills even what is cracked, how perhaps that is what makes it shine all the more. Later, when he walked to the garden, he took the remaining half-loaf with him. Down by the fence, he broke it into smaller pieces and scattered them for the birds. They came quickly, sparrows, robins, even a dove, each taking a crumb and carrying it away into the sky. He felt as if his little cottage had become part of something vast and unending, a chain of giving that reached beyond sight. The afternoon grew warm, the kind of warmth that makes you forget the ache in your bones. He sat beneath the linden tree, crumbs still on his hands, and let the soft hum of life around him fill the silence. He thought of Samuel and his mother, of the bread that had crossed the lane, and of how God hides his miracles in such plain wrapping. When a gentle breeze passed through, one blossom fell into his lap, pale and fragrant. He held it for a moment, then placed it beside him on the bench. He didn't need to speak his gratitude aloud. The quiet itself was enough to carry it heavenward. When kindness circles back, he murmured, it always brings the scent of God with it. He closed his eyes and rested there until the bell from the distant church chimed 4 times. The sound drifted through the valley like a long, slow heartbeat, reminding him that time itself was holy when filled with love. He rose, brushed the crumbs from his lap, and looked once more at the sky, where birds now wheeled high above the trees, each carrying a fragment of the gift that had begun at his door. He smiled, because in their flight he saw the pattern of grace. How even the smallest offering once released finds wings of its own. If this story of small kindnesses and quiet gratitude warmed your heart, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night another story of faith, peace and gentle wonder will be waiting here, like a gift left at your own door. The voice in the wind. By late afternoon, the wind changed. It came first as a hush along the hedges, a soft rearranging of leaves, a thoughtful hand smoothing the fields. Then it gathered its courage and moved through the lane with a kind of purpose. Never harsh, just steady, like someone with something to say. The man felt it at the threshold when he stepped outside with his shawl. The day was bright, the sky rinsed clear, but the wind held a cool edge that made him tighten the knot under his chin. He closed the cottage door carefully, listening to the latch click, a small sound of belonging. Down the path, the linden tree answered the wind with 1,000 small voices. Its leaves flashed their pale undersides, silvering the air. When the wind passed through, the branches did not resist. They bent. They learned the shape of mercy and then returned to themselves. He walked slowly toward the rise beyond his garden, where the lane climbs to a low hill that overlooks the village. The grass there was short and soft, cropped by sheep, and the stone wall, warm to the touch, followed the curve of the land like a sentence still being written. He rested his hand on the wall and looked out. Roofs, chimneys, the thin spire of the church, the river like a ribbon of light threading everything together. The wind pressed gently against his cheek. Somewhere a loose shutter tapped, then settled. Farther off, a laundry line snapped its white flags. Ordinary surrender, ordinary praise. He thought of a time long ago in another city when he had felt like a stranger among strangers. He was young then and poor, carrying a single suitcase and a letter of introduction that promised more than it could keep. That evening, a storm had emptied the streets. He stood under a colonnade and watched rain run along the gutter in rushing streams, and the wind turned the corners as if the city had doors no one could see. He remembered how the wind found him there, how it came cold and then kind, and how, over the hiss of the rain, he had heard the bells of a church he did not know. He had followed the sound through a maze of narrow streets until he reached a small chapel lit by candles. No one asked his name. They simply made space on a wooden pew. A woman with tired hands pressed an apple into his palm and whispered, "God keep you." He had slept that night on the floor of a boarding house above a bakery, the room holding the warm smell of bread and the memory of bells. In the morning, he no longer felt lost. Now, decades later, the wind returned with the same voice, low, persistent, benevolent. It said nothing he could quote, but everything he needed to hear. Stay, plant, seek the peace of the place where you are. The words did not march. They settled, like seeds. He took the small penknife he kept in his pocket and cut a length of frayed twine from the fence. From his coat he drew the slip of paper he carried for grocery lists. On it he wrote, in his slow hand, "Let this hill be kind." He tied the note to a twig that jutted from the wall. When the wind lifted it, the paper fluttered like a quiet prayer flag. Nothing loud, nothing grand, only honest. On his way back down the lane, he noticed Mrs. Agnes's gate half open, scraping the path whenever the wind pushed it. The sound was a complaint the afternoon did not deserve. He stopped, crouched, and lifted the hinge from its nail. From his pocket he found a small tin of oil he kept for such unimportant emergencies. He dabbed, tested, dabbed again until the hinge swung without protest. The gate closed cleanly and held. When Mrs. Agnes opened her door and peered out, he lifted a hand. "Your gate is a little more agreeable now," he said. She smiled, the kind that begins in the eyes. It always did have opinions. "Come in for a moment." The kettle's thinking of boiling. He followed her into the neat kitchen where lace curtains stirred with every breath of wind. The kettle kept its promise. He carried the cups to the table as she sliced 2 small rounds of cheese and set a jar of pickles between them, thin coins of summer kept for winter. They ate without hurry. The wind touched the curtains, came and went as if it were keeping them company the way a friend loiters in a doorway. Agnes spoke of ordinary things. Her niece's new baby, the fox that had learned the hour of the hens, the way the old vicar's knees now argued with the stairs. She did not speak of loneliness, and he did not ask. They kept company in the middle of it instead. When he rose to leave, she pressed 2 apples into his hands. "For your walk," she said, "and for your gate," he answered. Back home, he set 1 apple on the sill beside the candle stub and kept the other in his pocket like a small son. The wind had followed him. He could hear it combing the ivy, touching the chimney, asking the house to remember the song it had learned years ago when winter was hard and courage was thinner than soup. He lit the lamp on the table. The flame steadied and threw its faithful circle over wood, cup, book, hand. He opened the Bible to a place the pages knew, but he did not read. Not tonight. He listened. The wind moved along the eaves, down the throat of the chimney, across the mouth of the bottle on the shelf. Every passageway in the house became an instrument. The melody it played was older than melody. It rose and fell between long, kind pauses. He thought of Samuel and his mother across the lane, of Agnes with the better-behaved gait, of the fisherman who stood silent at the river bend as if speech might frighten the day. He pictured the wind visiting each house in turn, carrying a benediction under every door. Peace to this room, peace to this table, peace to these hands and the work they do. He took the apple from his pocket and polished its skin on his sleeve. It shone like a small planet. He cut it in thin slices and laid half on a plate for later. The rest he ate slowly, tasting not only fruit, but the road he had walked and the hill where the note moved on its string. He thought as the flavour deepened, how often God arrives disguised as appetite, for bread, for breath, for someone to sit with while a kettle finds its voice. The lamp hummed softly. The wind tapered to a thought, then to a memory, then to the kind of silence that isn't empty, but full of belonging. He stood and opened the window just a finger's width. Cool air pressed its forehead to the sill as a child might when asking if it's all right to come in. He nodded, an old habit. The room exhaled and welcomed the last of the day. He whispered, not loudly, not for effect, only because the words fit the shape of the air. Teach me to hear you when you speak in simple weather. The curtains moved as if agreeing. Somewhere in the village a door closed gently. Far away, a single bell marked the hour, one note laid carefully on the evening. Before he turned down the lamp, he wrote another line on a scrap and tucked it into the Bible where the pressed violet slept. When I cannot find the path, let me follow the wind that loves this place. He smoothed the page and smiled at nothing in particular. The wind had finished its work. The house laid its head upon the quiet. He could almost hear the hill keeping his paper prayer, could almost see Agnes's gate closing without quarrel, could almost feel the river carrying apple scent over stones. Sleep would come soon. He would meet it at the edge of listening. Some voices teach by speaking. The wind teaches by staying. If this quiet story helped you hear something kind in the wind, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a small voice of peace will find its way back to you on the breeze. The letter in the drawer. The morning came pale and still, wrapped in the hush that follows a restless night. The man awoke before dawn, not startled, but summoned, as if someone had gently called his name just beyond the dream's edge. He sat up slowly, listening to the old house breathe around him, the soft creak of timber, the distant murmur of the wind that had sung to him the night before. He dressed in the half-light, his motions unhurried. The air smelled faintly of wax and rain-damp wood. When he opened the curtains, the world was silver, fog clinging to the hedges, softening every outline. It was a morning for reflection, not for labour. He moved to the small desk in the corner, the one his wife had once used for her letters. Its surface was scratched and uneven, a map of years and thoughts left unfinished. He traced one of the grooves with his finger. Inside the top drawer, beneath a small stack of folded linens, he kept things he rarely touched. A pressed sprig of rosemary, a broken brooch, a few yellowed envelopes bound by ribbon. He untied them and placed them gently on the table. Each envelope carried her handwriting, slanted, graceful, patient. He could recognize it even in the dark. He didn't open them immediately. Instead, he lit a small candle and let its glow rest on the paper. The flame flickered, reflected in the ink loops of her name. Then he broke the first seal slowly, as though unwrapping a prayer. The letter began simply, "My dear, if you are reading this, I hope the morning is kind." He smiled, the same opening she had always used. even when they lived together under the same roof. She wrote about little things: the lark that nested near the fence, the smell of coffee, the sound of him humming in the yard without realizing. Her words were a mirror of ordinary life, yet in them he found the sacred, the way she saw holiness in each moment, how she had always written as if God himself might read over her shoulder. Halfway down the page he paused. The ink had faded to brown, but the words still carried warmth. "If ever you feel alone," she had written, "open the window and listen. The same air that touches your face has touched mine. The same God who listens to you has heard me." He set the letter down and closed his eyes. The candle swayed slightly, its light brushing his face like a tender hand. He could almost hear her voice again, low, sure, carrying the gentleness of faith that never needed proof. He read another letter and another. Each one carried its own weather, some bright, some sorrowful, all alive. One described the day their garden first bloomed with wildflowers. Another spoke of forgiveness after a quarrel they'd both forgotten. The last was written during her illness, the handwriting uneven, the lines trembling like autumn leaves. He read it aloud softly, as if she were sitting across from him. "Don't grieve too long, my love. Grief, like rain, must fall, but it's not meant to stay. Let it feed what's beneath, your kindness, your patience, your hope. Promise me you'll keep tending the small joys. That's where God hides his miracles." When he finished, he laid the letter flat beside the candle. Its light pooled over the words, making them shine faintly, as if the ink were alive again. He whispered into the stillness, "I have tried, Anna. I truly have." The house seemed to understand. The clock ticked gently, the fog thinned, and the first faint warmth of sunlight found the table's edge. He gathered the letters and tied them again with the same ribbon. But this time, instead of returning them to the drawer, he placed them in a wooden box beside the window. There he decided they could greet the morning with him. After breakfast, he walked to the garden. The linden tree was glistening from dew. He sat beneath it, letters in his lap, and watched as the fog lifted in quiet layers, revealing the hills. From somewhere in the distance came the soft call of a dove. He thought of how love, too, never truly left. It only changed its shape, like air or like prayer. He opened one letter again, folded it back, and began to write his reply. He wrote on the reverse side of her page, in the same gentle slant, "My dear, the morning is kind. The garden has your scent still. I've kept your teacup by the window, the one with the tiny chip you always hid with your thumb. Samuel from across the lane brought bread yesterday. You'd like him. He laughs as though joy were something easy. I think I'm learning that again." He stopped, looked up at the sky, then continued. "The wind carried your name last night. It brushed the shutters, whispered, 'She is near, I believe it.' Because in the quiet, when I listen closely, I can almost hear your heartbeat in the turning of the leaves." He folded the paper and placed it with the others. Then he whispered, "Letters don't travel far, but prayers do." The rest of the day passed slowly. He brewed tea, repaired a loose button, watered the leaves. Simple things, etched in with care as she had taught him. Each task a kind of conversation that didn't require words. When evening came, the sky burned softly pink over the hills. He lit the candle again, set it near the letters, and let its glow fill the room. The flame's reflection shimmered in the window pane. Two small lights, one on the table, one from the lingering sun. And one gentle light that felt her presence not as near, but as near. He whispered a voice from the night, one he hadn't spoken loud in years.
soft rustle of paper, as though unseen hands were turning the pages, reading what he had written.
Smiling at every word. "Letters end," he murmured, "but love keeps writing." If this story of love remembered and faith made quiet brought peace to your evening, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night another gentle tale will wait for you. A whisper of hope folded softly between the pages of time. The prayer of the road. The morning widened gently, as if the light itself were taking a deep, considerate breath. He fastened his coat, slipped a biscuit into his pocket and stepped outside. Mist still lingered in the hollows. It clung to the hedges like a shawl reluctant to leave. He closed the door with the soft care of someone blessing a sleeping child, then set out toward the lane. He did not hurry. The road asked for patience and he had learned to give it. Each footfall met the earth with a small, respectful sound, the liturgy of boots on gravel. Above, larks were practicing a modest hymn. From far off, the river sent up a silver breath, and beyond it the low hills waited in their Sunday best. Greens muted, shadows folded like clean linens. He thought of the letters resting in the wooden box by the window, of the reply he had written in the garden's quiet. Somehow the words felt lighter once they were shared, as though grief, like bread, was meant to be broken. He tucked the thought away and let the road begin its teaching. A mile on, he passed a milestone older than memory, its numbers worn to suggestion. Moss cupped the stone's base. A narrow trail of ants took its measure as if to say, all distances can be crossed one small carrying at a time. He touched the cool surface with his fingers. "Be kind to the feet that read you," he murmured, and moved on. At the bend near the rye field, he found a bicycle leaned lopsided against the ditch. A girl of 12 or so stood frowning at a tire that had decided mourning was too great a burden. Her plait had escaped its ribbon, her courage had not. "May I?" he asked. She nodded, biting her lip. From his pocket he drew the tiny pump he carried for no particular reason that now became a very good reason. They knelt side by side, conspirators in the art of small repair. Air flowed, rubber yielded, rim aligned. The world agreed to behave. When the tire rounded into readiness, her face eased into triumph, shy as dawn. "Thank you," she said, then added, because gratitude likes company, "Mum says roads choose their helpers." "Your mum is wise," he answered, "but sometimes the road asks the traveller first." She waved and pedalled off, leaving a new track on the morning. He stood a while watching it fade, then continued, lighter for having carried a small share of someone else's day. Soon the lane crossed a brook by way of 3 flat stones. Water stitched itself around them, kneeling at the edges, rising again to go on. He paused there and broke his biscuit in 2. One half he ate slowly, the other he placed on the middle stone for whoever might need it, a bird, a child, an hour from now version of himself. Giving, he thought, is only keeping with a longer view. Beyond the brook he entered a corridor of alders, their trunks lifted like patient pillars. Their leaves spoke in a dialect of shade. He felt the ground cool beneath his steps and sensed the hush that gathers when trees decide to pray. Without meaning to, he matched their silence. Prayer here was not a thing said, but a way of walking. A weathered chapel rested where the alders ended, hardly larger than a cottage, a bell the size of a teacup in its wooden crook. The door was open to sunlight. He stepped inside and found the room stripped to essentials. 4 benches, a narrow table, a cross carved from a branch that refused to be more than it was. A book lay open to a psalm. "He makes my feet like the feet of a deer," He causes me to stand on the heights. He did not sit. He stood with his hand on the back of the last bench and let the words hum through the bones of the room. Sometimes the heights are not cliffs or crags, he thought. Sometimes they are simply this, an honest breath, a place to set your weight, a road that does not rush you. When he stepped back into daylight, the world had brightened into that clear post-prayer kind of seeing. He noticed the industrious glitter of spiders stitching between grasses, the solemn blue of a cornflower, the subtle, forgiving way the road yielded to each curve of the land. A farmer passed with his dog, hat lifted, greeting brief as a blessing. They exchanged the weather, sun enough, wind obliging, and for a moment it felt like sharing the sacrament of what is. At the crest of the next hill, the valley unfurled like a letter opened at last. Roofs winked, laundry saluted on a line. The river wrote its patient sentence through all of it. No hurry, no scorn, only continuing. He thought of his wife's handwriting, steady even in illness, how she had rounded her O's as though protecting small moons. "Your road is my road," she had once told him, "even when my feet can't follow." He answered her now in the quiet. "Then I will walk kindly, for both of us." A breeze rose, working wind, not show wind, and carried up the fragrance of bread somewhere being brave in an oven. It mingled with the green scent of nettle and the faint sugar of hawthorn. He breathed it in and felt something in his chest loosen as if a knot had remembered how to be thread. He turned down a cart track that rejoined the lane near the mill. There he found Samuel, the boy from across the way, balanced on the low wall, tossing pebbles toward a circle of sunlight on the river. Each stone skipped twice, sometimes thrice, then accepted its belonging to the water. "Good morning," the man said. "Good morning," Samuel echoed, squinting along his next throw. "Mum says I can practice here till noon. I'm practicing being brave." "How does one practice that?" Samuel considered. "You start with small splashes." They stood together, apprentices to courage. The man showed him how to hold the flat stones close to the water, how to let the wrist do what insistence could not. When Samuel found a rhythm, laughter leapt out of him like a bright fish. "Tell your mum the river helped," the man said as they parted. "I will," the boy replied, "and I'll tell her you did too." By the time the lane returned him to his gate, the sun had climbed to the hour when shadows shorten their explanations. He felt pleasantly used by the morning, like a cup set down empty, but warm. At the doorstep, he brushed a few grains of dust from his cuffs, then paused, unwilling to hurry the last lesson of the road. He looked back along the way he had come. In his mind, he saw again the bicycle set right, the brook receiving bread, the chapel's book breathing its psalm, the hill that read his heart without grammar. He realized the road had prayed him as much as he had prayed along it. Every step had said what words could not. "Here I am. Keep me. Use me. Return me whole to the place I began." Inside, he filled the kettle and laid out 2 cups as he always did, one for now, one for memory. While the water thought about boiling, he wrote a single sentence on a scrap and tucked it beneath the box of letters. Today, the road said, "Grace," before I did. Steam rose, gentle and absolving. He poured, he sat, he listened to the small sermon of China to saucer, and in that ordinary symphony he heard again the psalm's promise taking shape in him, not height as altitude, but as attitude, a steadiness that lifts. The cup warmed his hands. Outside, a lark finished its hymn and began again, because enough is not a number, it is a posture. He smiled into the steam and let the morning's prayer complete itself in silence. With each honest step, the road remembers me to God, and God to me. If this quiet walk made your own steps feel lighter, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a gentle road of story and peace will be here to accompany you home. The Quiet Supper. By late afternoon, the light had the colour of butter. It slipped along the cupboard doors and pooled on the kitchen tiles as if looking for a place to rest. The man stood at the sink with sleeves rolled to his forearms, rinsing carrots one by one. Their skins shone like small suns under the water's thread. He set them on the board, took up the knife that knew his hand, and began the slow work of making supper sound like rain. Tap, tap, pause, tap. He did not cook for ceremony. He cooked because food is a language even silence understands. On the stove, onions surrendered to a low flame, giving the room a sweetness that remembered every harvest. He added thyme from the garden and a bay leaf he'd dried above the hearth last summer. When the broth met the pot, the first lift of steam felt like a blessing, learning how to rise. On the windowsill, the candle stub kept its quiet watch beside the empty cup. He set a second place at the table without thinking. A bowl, a spoon, a folded cloth. It had become his way, not to invite grief, but to keep company with gratitude. Never eat grace alone, she used to say. He smiled toward the chair that still knew her weight and laid a sprig of linden blossom by the plate, pale as a whisper. A soft knock touched the door, hesitant, respectful. He wiped his hands on the cloth and opened it to evening's cool breath and the figure of a woman in a mended coat, her hair pinned neatly as if to apologize for the day. Beside her stood Samuel, holding the milk bottle scrubbed so clean it flashed like crystal. "We've come to return this," the woman said, "and to thank you. Properly." "Then come in," he answered, stepping aside. "It's a poor thanks that's said on a doorstep." They entered and stood a moment, eyes adjusting to the light that gathered around the stove. Samuel sniffed the air with a small, surprised joy. "Is it soup?" he asked, as if naming a wild bird. "It's the sort of soup that tells the truth," the man said. "Nothing fancy, everything honest." The woman smiled down at the floorboards. "I brought you a jar of applesauce," she said, lifting a cloth-covered jar from her bag. "It isn't much. It's everything," he replied, and meant it. He ladled the soup into bowls and set a heel of yesterday's loaf between them. They sat. Chairs spoke their soft wooden syllables. Spoons found their rhythm. For a while, the only conversation was the gentle, shared language of hungry people being fed. After the first warmth settled into their faces, the room remembered how to talk. Samuel told how he'd learned to skip stones that morning, how the river sometimes kept them and sometimes let them run. The woman, her name was Eliza, he learned, spoke of the laundry she had collected across the village and the patch of sky she watched from her window while the kettle boiled. None of it was news, all of it was human. "Do you ever worry?" Eliza asked, not quite looking at him. "That days will keep coming like this, plain and heavy, without, I don't know, colour?" He stirred his bowl, as if to draw an answer up from the bottom. "Sometimes," he said, "but I've learned that colour is shy. It sits in small corners waiting to be noticed, like thyme on onions, or the way steam writes a hymn on cold glass." Samuel grinned at the word hymn. "Mum sings one when she mends," he announced. "Only the same 4 lines. She says long songs make the needle forget its work." "What are your 4 lines?" the man asked. Eliza blushed, then sang so softly the room leaned closer. "Keep us, O Lord, in ordinary hours. Teach us to gather the small, faithful flowers, bread for our table and light for our eyes, love in our hands till the evening bell sighs." When she finished, The soup's steam rose like applause too polite to make a fuss. The man placed his palm on the table. The wood gave back its own humble warmth. "That's a good hymn," he said. "It knows what matters." They ate a little more. Night began to press its face to the window, curious but kind. He stood to slice another piece of bread, and without thinking, buttered 3 halves the way his wife had taught him, edge to edge so no child found a dry corner. He passed a plate to Samuel, another to Eliza, and kept the last for himself. Bread and soup, soup and bread, a sacrament without ceremony. When the bowls were nearly empty, he rose and lit the candle. A thin flame accepted its duty and softened every tough line in the room. He turned down the lamp until both lights shared the work between them. "Would you like to take some home?" he asked. "I always make too much. Habit is stubborn." Eliza shook her head, then nodded. "It would be a kindness," she admitted. "Tomorrow is a long shift." He filled a lidded tin and wrapped it in a towel. Samuel traced the steam on the lid with one finger, the way children test the edges of gift and reality. The man placed the applesauce on the shelf and, because some exchanges deserve witnesses, set an extra spoon beside it. As they rose to go, the woman hesitated at the door. "I wanted to tell you," she said, steadying her voice, "that last night, when the rain was hard, we saw your candle in the window. It felt like the village breathing with us." "It breathes with me too," he said, "especially on difficult nights." Samuel shifted his feet, then blurted, "Mum says you mustn't be alone on Sundays. You should come for tea after church. We don't have church clothes, but we have chairs." The man laughed softly. "Chairs are all the church clothes I need. I'll come, if you promise to teach me your 4 lines." Samuel nodded, solemn with importance. Eliza smiled as if a window had just opened. They stepped into the evening, which had cooled to the colour of slate. He watched until they reached the gate, where the boy turned and lifted the milk bottle like a lantern before disappearing down the lane. He closed the door and returned to the table. 3 bowls stood there, honourable in their emptiness. He washed them carefully, then dried them with the cloth that kept the memory of other suppers. When the last spoon was set in the drawer, a bell in the distance offered 8 slow notes, time counting its blessings. He carried the lidded tin's fragrance in his mind to the window and looked out at the ribbon of road disappearing into dusk. The linden tree lifted its prayerful arms. Somewhere in the fields, a fox trod a quiet geometry no one else would see. He stood there until his breath matched the rooms, which matched the nights, which matched the deep patience of God. Before turning down the lamp, he wrote a line on the scrap he kept near the letters. "Today we ate what mercy tastes like." He tucked the paper into the box and sat a moment longer with nothing in his hands. Contentment does not require proof, he thought, only presence. In the faint shine of the candle, he imagined Eliza's table, the tin opened, steam lifting into a kitchen that had learned to be brave, Samuel tasting the broth and declaring it stronger than winter. The flame wavered, then steadied, small, faithful, sufficient. He lifted his eyes to the cross above the door. Simple wood crossed by simple wood, and felt the whole room breathe, "Thank you," without a sound. "Love arrives as supper more often than as a speech," he murmured. "That is how it keeps us." And with that, he let the evening rest, the candle keep its patient star, and the house remember that quiet hands at a table are a kind of prayer the night understands. If this quiet supper brought a little warmth to your evening, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a gentle table of story and peace will be set here waiting for you. Tea after church Sunday arrived on quiet feet. The sky, pale as porcelain, carried the kind of light that makes you lower your voice without knowing why. The man polished his shoes with a corner of flannel, buttoned his coat with patient thumbs, and paused by the window where the letters rested in their wooden box. He touched the lid as one might greet an old friend and whispered, "Back by noon." The room seemed to nod. Outside, the lane was washed and tidy from the week's rain. Small puddles held still pieces of sky where swallows dipped their beaks and wrote swift signatures across the morning. From the hill, the first bell called, not urgent, not scolding, only inviting. He walked with the bell, letting its spaces be his footsteps, its echo the pace of his breath. The church was small, a stone pocket stitched into the village's coat. Its door was open. The fragrance inside was familiar. Dust warmed by candle, old wood that remembered hands, a braid of lilies someone had brought and placed without announcement. He slipped into a pew near the back and folded his hands, not because he must, but because it seemed considerate to do so. People gathered without hurry. A farmer smoothing his hair as though meeting a friend, a mother guiding a toddler's hopeful steps, Mrs. Agnes with her now well-behaved gate voice quiet in the hinge of her knees. Eliza and Samuel arrived a moment later. Samuel, seeing him, lifted his shoulders in a small, proud wave. The man answered with his eyes. "I'm here, as promised." Hymns came like modest rivers. He did not know them all, but the ones he knew carried him. The ones he did not know carried him anyway. Some voices were strong, some only moth-soft at the edges of tune, yet together they made something true. He thought of Eliza's 4 lines from supper and smiled into the page. "Keep us, O Lord, in ordinary hours." It was the right prayer for shoes that knew these stones. The reading was from a psalm about the Lord being a shepherd. Old words, always new. Green pastures, quiet waters. A table prepared. He felt the text sit down beside him like an old neighbour with warm hands. The vicar spoke briefly, kindly, more like someone telling a remembered story than giving instructions. "Sometimes," the vicar said, "God's goodness looks like endurance. And sometimes it looks like a kettle singing when you thought there was nothing left to boil." A few heads lowered in the way that means yes. When the final amen folded itself into silence, people lingered as if the room were a garden, and they were reluctant to step off the path. Hands were shaken, small sorrows were mentioned and held. A child proudly showed a crushed violet. The man greeted Mrs. Agnes, "Your gate keeps the best silence now." And the fisherman, "The river says you're patient." He said little, but meant everything he said. "Tea?" Eliza asked, almost as if she were asking, "Are you all right?" "Yes," he answered, as if he were saying, "I am now." They walked slowly, Samuel hopping once on each paving stone like a pilgrim with a private liturgy. Eliza's cottage was neat and brave. 2 chairs had been pulled near the table. A third wore a mended cushion like a medal. The kettle, as if hearing its cue from church, began to sing. On the sill, a jar of daisies kept the room from taking itself too seriously. "Sit," Eliza said, a little breathless from being hostess and mother and personal at once. He sat. Samuel popped up on tiptoe to reach the teacups, one thin at the lip, one sturdy and blue, one with a hairline crack that looked like a river finding its way across a quiet field. When the tea was poured, the room grew warmer by one kind of weather and lighter by another. They did not rush to talking. first sips are always a ceremony. Bread came next, not fancy, but honest, with butter spread edge to edge, as if someone believed in enough. Samuel, taking his bite, closed his eyes the way children do when gratitude outruns vocabulary. The man looked at the smallness of the table and felt his heart grow larger to fit it. This, he thought, is how God keeps promises. The place set, the chair pulled close, the sound of cups making soft agreements with sauces. He remembered the song. You prepare a table before me. Yes, sometimes in a cottage with daisies, sometimes in a room where sorrow has recently sat and is not yet ready to leave. By the way, the cup was not empty. Eliza spoke about work, lifting and folding, the ache of shoulders that carried too much down. She spoke without complaint. The tongue itself relieved her. She had more to notice, and answered, holding towards Samuel. He puffed up a little, and pretended not to. And you, Eliza asked softly, do your days feel happy? Considered the truthful answer and gave it gently. Only when I forget to notice the small colours. Today there was a spider's web outside the church door. It had caught a bit of him and was saving it for later. Eliza laughed in the middle of a breath. Which is the best kind? A knock interrupted. Not shy, not bold, simply neighbourly. It was Mrs. Agnes with a jar of plum jam. I made too much, she lied kindly. They made room. Another cup, another chair produced from somewhere. The table did what good tables do, extended its welcome without changing its shape. The talk wandered. The fox who preferred moonlit hours, the fisherman's mysterious luck, the vicar's stubborn knees. Samuel was sent to fetch a paper from the mantel. He returned with a sketch he'd made, the river, the bridge, 3 flat stones like stepping prayers. The man admired it with the seriousness children deserve. You've drawn the water moving, he said. Samuel glowed. Drawing the moving things is the trick, he explained, suddenly a little older. After a while, the jar of jam was opened, and the bread remembered it had another purpose in life. He noticed how Eliza buttered the cracked cup saucer, covering the floor as though floors were simply places awaiting sweetness. He tucked the lesson into the pocket where his hands keep their prayers. When it was time to go, no one stood quickly. Goodness like tea asks to be lingered over. At the door, Eliza pressed a small paper-wrapped parcel into his hand. Don't say no, she warned, smiling. It's only scones. They're better when someone else claims they baked them. Then I shall boast shamelessly, he replied. Outside, the bell far off marked the hour with a single patient note. They said their goodbyes as people do when there is no hurry to leave because no one truly departs. Samuel ran a few steps down the lane, turned, and waved both arms as if signalling a ship. The man waved back and felt without effort that he was being kept by God, by neighbours, by a daisy in a jar. On the walk home, the parcel warmed his palm. He thought of the psalm again, a shepherd, a table, a cup that does not know the meaning of empty. At his own gate, he paused to look at the linden tree. Its leaves were bright, the wind a soft hand smoothing them into afternoon. He placed one of Eliza's scones on the windowsill beside the letters, a smile of an offering to the quiet. Inside he set a plate, unfolded a cloth, and cut the scone in 2. One piece for now, one for later, because later is a person who deserves kindness too. Steam rose, fragrant and good. He closed his eyes and tasted not only flour and butter, but friendship, and the sound of a hymn resting on a spider's web, and the hum of a bell content with a single note. Before the day leaned toward its gentler colours, he wrote a line and tucked it with the letters. He leads me beside the ordinary waters, and there my soul remembers how to drink. He let the silence agree with him. The room wore peace, the way a well-loved chair wears a shawl, by long habit, by shared hours, by the soft weight of belonging. Sometimes God's table is 3 cups and a jar of jam, and it is enough. If this quiet Sunday story eased your heart, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a gentle cup of peace will be poured here, waiting for you. The visit at dusk. By late afternoon, the sun had lowered itself to the shoulder of the hills, casting a golden hush over the village. It was that quiet hour when birds finish their talk for the day, and the earth seems to pause before lighting the lamps of evening. The man sat near the window, mending the loose thread on his sleeve. He worked without haste, humming the same 4-line hymn Eliza had sung at tea. Keep us, O Lord, in ordinary hours. The words carried softly through the room, mixing with the faint ticking of the clock and the sigh of the kettle cooling on the stove. Outside, the linden leaves shimmered in the last of the sunlight, their movement gentle as a whispered prayer. A light knock came at the door, not hurried, not shy, the kind of knock that belonged to someone who already meant no harm. He rose, smoothing his sleeve, and opened it. There stood the vicar. His hat was in his hands, his collar slightly askew, his smile the weary kind that kindness often wears. "Forgive the hour," the vicar said. "I was out visiting the miller's wife. She's taken ill again, and I thought perhaps I might trouble you for a cup of something warm before I head home." "There'll never be trouble here," the man replied. "Come in. The kettle's halfway there already." They stepped inside. The vicar glanced about the room, at the candle stub, the letters in their wooden box, the vase of daisies on the sill, and gave a small nod of approval, as if confirming that peace lived here more faithfully than dust ever could. "Sit," the man said, motioning to the chair opposite his own. He poured water over 2 tea bags and waited while the steam climbed up like grace taking form. They spoke first of weather. It had been kind, if uncertain, and then of the road that ran soft from rain, and finally of Mrs. Agnes's miraculous gate that now obeyed its hinges with saintly patience. The vicar laughed at that, the kind of laugh that smooths out a long day. Then silence settled, the good kind that doesn't need mending. Through the open window drifted the faint bells of cows returning home. After a time, the vicar said, "You've been here near 20 years, haven't you?" 21 come spring," the man answered. "Do you ever grow lonely?" The question came gently, but it found its way into the quiet with the accuracy of truth. The man didn't flinch. He looked at the small flame flickering in the lamp, and for a moment the room was full of both past and present. "Lonely, yes," he said, "but not alone. There's a difference. Loneliness is an ache. Aloneness can be a prayer." The vicar nodded slowly, his eyes glimmering in the half-light. "Most days," he said, "I find the church empty after everyone's gone. Sometimes I stay behind and listen. It's strange, in that emptiness I hear something nearer to faith than in all the noise before it." The man smiled. "Then we are much alike. I think God prefers to whisper." The kettle whistled softly again, as though to approve of their theology, and he rose to refill the cups. The vicar leaned back, watching the shadows gather along the wall. "Do you ever miss the city?" he asked. "I used to," said the man, "but the city never paused long enough to hear its own heartbeat. Here, I know when the wind turns, when the linden blossoms fall, when the river thickens with fish. I know the sound of the milkman's cart before dawn and the pattern of rain on the roof when winter arrives. Those things have become my hymnal. The vicar's lips curved. Perhaps that's the truest church of all, the one where pews are made of hills and the altar is a kitchen table. They drank their tea slowly, letting the warmth settle into their hands the way sunlight lingers on the last stone of the day. Then from nowhere the vicar said quietly, "Do you pray often?" The man thought a moment. "Not as one recites, no, I pray in pieces. When I light the lamp, when I break bread, when I forgive the gate for sticking. I think God gathers those fragments and makes something whole of them." The vicar nodded again, eyes half closed, as if weighing the truth of it. Then, with a sigh that was both tired and peaceful, he said, "Perhaps that's enough, to live prayerfully rather than to speak it." They sat without words for a long while, the evening deepening into a shade between blue and violet. Outside, the first star appeared, modest and early to duty. The man reached to light the candle. Its glow softened the vicar's worn face, turning the lines into gentle rivers of experience. "I've been meaning to tell you," the vicar said after a moment. "I read a psalm this morning that felt written for you. It said, 'They will still bear fruit in old age. They will stay fresh and green.' You remind me of that." The man chuckled. "Fresh and green? I creak more than the church pews." "Ah," the vicar said, smiling, "but fruit isn't measured by noise. It's measured by sweetness." He finished his tea, stood, and set the cup gently back on the table. "Thank you for the warmth," he said. "The road will forgive me if I walk it slowly tonight." The man followed him to the door. The dusk outside had turned lavender. A breeze stirred the leaves as though blessing the departure. When the vicar reached the gate, he turned back. "Keep lighting that candle," he said. "Some of us find our way by it." "I will," the man promised. When he returned inside, he didn't sit immediately. He stood by the window, watching the soft glow of the vicar's lantern grow smaller along the road until it was swallowed by the hills. Then he turned to the table where two cups sat cooling side by side. Proof that companionship, however brief, can make even silence feel full. He blew out the lamp but left the candle burning on the sill, its light spilling into the evening like an open hand. Before retiring, he wrote a few lines on a scrap of paper. The dusk came bearing friendship and left me with peace enough to last the night. He tucked it among the letters and watched the flame dance once more, a tiny sermon on endurance, before he whispered to the darkness, "Every visit is God reminding us that love still remembers our address." Then he closed his eyes, and in the warmth of that quiet truth, the night entered softly, as though it too had been invited to stay. If this quiet visit brought peace to your heart, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a gentle voice of comfort and faith will wait here, keeping you company through the dusk. The watch that forgot the hour. Morning opened its eye without fuss. The house breathed in the pale light, and the linden leaves outside traced green shadows on the floorboards like lace made by weather. The man rose, folded his blanket with the carefulness one gives to promises, and crossed to the small hook where his old pocket watch hung by a bit of ribbon. It had belonged to his father, then to him, its nickel case soft with years of thumbprints. He pressed the crown and listened. Silence returned, dignified and complete. The watch had forgotten the hour again. He smiled at the stubborn little orb and settled at the table with a thin screwdriver and a cloth. He opened the back carefully. The tiny world inside stared up at him. Wheels, teeth, the brass-coloured heart that once ticked with cheerful certainty. A grain of dust glimmered in the morning like a planet with no hurry to orbit anything. He He breathed it away and tried the stem. For 2 seconds, 3, the watch whispered yes, then returned to its fast of sound. Well, he said to no one and to God, perhaps it's time learned to rest. He slipped the watch into his vest pocket anyway. Not for accuracy, there were bells for that, but for nearness. A watch can be a memory that warms the chest more than it rules the day. Outside, the lane was damp from night's invisible rain. He greeted the hedges by brushing their tips with his hand, as he always did, an old man's way of shaking hands with the morning. Down by the brook, the air held a cool sweetness that made him step more softly, as though the world had a sleeping child somewhere he must not wake. At the bridge, he found Samuel crouched, choosing stones with the grave attention of a surgeon. "Good morning," the boy said, then squinted at the sky. "It feels like 11. "Does it?" the man asked, patting his pocket. "My watch thinks it's forever. Shall we split the difference and call it enough?" Samuel grinned. He skipped a stone. 1, 2, 3, then watched it surrender to the river with the dignity of a bishop sitting down. "Mum says time runs faster when you're mending," he said. "It's the only running she likes." "Your mother is wise," the man answered. "Time should run toward healing, not away from it." They walked a little way together, the boy aiming pebbles at sunlit circles on the water, the man counting the skips by heartbeats, the surest metronome he knew. At the mill road, they parted. "Home by the bell," Samuel called. "I'm already there," the man replied, and the boy tilted his head, thinking this over as if it were a riddle that could be solved by kindness. The church lane smelled faintly of beeswax and lilies left over from yesterday. He stepped inside the open door and sat in the back pew, not to pray with words, but to let the room finish the prayer the night had begun. The little brass clock above the vestry was wrong by several hopeful minutes. He liked it for that. When he stood to leave, the vicar was at the side table, oiling the hinges of a hymnal cupboard. "Your lantern found its way home," the man said. "And borrowed a hill for company," the vicar replied. "You walk at a good mercy." They shared a smile. He touched the watch in his pocket, felt its dignified silence, and decided that some things tell time by presence alone. On his way back, he stopped at Mrs. Agnes's gate and set the latch a hair higher. Weather had taught it a bad habit overnight. From inside came the sound of a radio telling the day what it already knew. From the windowsill, a geranium lifted a patient red toward the sun. He pressed the latch. It clicked with the tidy sigh of a prayer completed. At home, he brewed tea and set out a plate with 2 slices of bread. One buttered, one honest. He put the watch by the cup and ate slowly, as if to show the day there was no reason to hurry. Between sips, he wound the watch again with the stubborn hope that keeps gardens and friendships alive. It ticked. Once, twice. Stopped. He laughed quietly and took it to the window. "Here," he told it, learned from the birds. On the fence, a wren stitched the morning together with small expert notes. Beyond the garden, a cowbell rang twice in a field. A dog shook itself into reality. A cartwheel gave 2 slow revolutions and considered a third. You could keep excellent time by villages if you let them. He brought the watch to the linden bench. Beneath the tree, light fell in coins across the wood. He set the case open on his knee and watched the tiny balance tremble, as if trying to remember a song. His fingers, unafraid of fragile things, nudged the jewel. The wheel moved, stuttered, found its courage. A faint tick returned, shy, like a child at a doorway. "Ah," he whispered, "there you are." He did not command it to continue. He simply listened beside it, leaning his own pulse like a neighbour leaning over a fence with a spare loaf. While he sat, Eliza came down the lane, a bundle of linens balanced in her arms, a smile balanced in her eyes. "Good morning," she called softly. "Is that your watch? I'm guessing it's older than all of us." "It keeps its own kind of time," he said. "As do we," she answered, and shifted the basket to her hip. "Samuel says you showed him how to make stones walk on water. He believes this means he can teach me to make Mondays do the same." "Tell him I've never managed a Monday beyond 2 skips," the man said. She laughed, the sound like a warm spoon on a jar of honey. "I'd take even 1. We're bringing you a pie this evening, don't argue, it's already decided." "I will set out 2 forks," he replied, and she nodded as if he'd passed a test no one else had noticed. When she had gone, the watch faltered, then continued. He closed the case, letting it rest in his palm, its small life now in step with the wind and the far bell and the unremarkable holiness of laundry on a line. He walked to the river in the blue hour before evening. On the bridge he drew the watch again and held it to the sound of water. The tick joined the river's sentence, neither dominant, both true. Across the field a single cloud pulled a long sleeve of shadow over the grass, then let it go. Swallows combed the sky of gnats. From the church came the softest practice ring, 1 bell once. He pressed the crown, set the hands to the bell's confession and smiled. There are many ways to be correct. The best is to be in time with love. He returned as lamps were waking behind curtains. At his table he opened the watch again and laid it beside the letters. Their silence and its ticking made an agreement the room understood. He buttered a slice of bread for later. Later is always welcome, and folded a napkin as if there might be company, which of course there always is, even when chairs look unoccupied. Before he turned the lamp down, he wrote a line on the scrap he keeps with the ribboned notes. "Today I learned that time keeps best by kindness. Bells, birds, bread shared, a latch set right." He tucked it away, then lifted the watch to his ear one last time. The tick was steady now, small and faithful, like a prayer that does not ask for attention. Night gathered itself around the cottage with the softness of wool. Through the window came the scent of the linden, a hint of river, the faintest memory of bees. He placed the watch on its hook and stood very still, letting his own heart be the clock that matters most. "When love marks the hour," he whispered, "no minute is lost." And with that, he let the house dim into rest, the kind of rest that doesn't erase the day, but keeps it whole and gentle in the pocket of God. If this quiet story helped your heart keep gentler time, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a small, faithful tick of peace will return here to meet you. Pie at evening, star at window. Evening came the way good guests arrive. On time, unhurried, bringing more peace than conversation. A faint gold floated through the lace of the linden leaves and laid itself along the kitchen table like a shawl. The man set out 2 forks as promised, then paused, smiled, and took down a third. He placed them beside 3 small plates and unfolded a clean cloth, smoothing its corners with the reverence one gives to simple things that keep their vows. He checked the watch on its ribbon. It ticked softly in the quiet, a small heart consenting to the hour. From the lane came the sound of feet that meant purpose without hurry. He opened the door before the knock could make its polite request. Eliza stood there with a round tin wrapped in a towel patterned with blue cornflowers. Steam had drawn a pale circle under the lid. Samuel held a folded scrap of paper and the look boys wear when they've been trusted with the important part. "We brought the pie," Eliza said, cheeks touched with flower and evening. "And I brought the blessing," Samuel added, lifting his paper as if it were a flag. "Then we have everything," the man replied, stepping aside. They entered to the homely music of plates finding a table. Eliza set the tin down and, with the ceremonious care of a choir director raising her hand, lifted the lid. Cinnamon lifted into the room. Apples shone through the lattice like stained glass windows, discovering that fruit can also be holy. Samuel inhaled with the reverence usually reserved for bells. "Shall we sit by the window?" the man asked. "It is where the stars first arrive." They carried the plates to the table by the sill. He placed the 3 forks, then hesitated and set a 4th beside the empty cup that was never truly empty. No words announced the gesture. Eliza saw, lowered her eyes and nodded once, the kind of nod that holds both memory and gratitude in the same breath. Samuel unfolded his paper and cleared his throat. "It's short," he warned, "but Mum says short prayers walk farther." He read, "For fruit that learned patience, for hands that made warm circles, for forks that remember to share. Thank you. And for neighbours who light windows so the road knows where to rest. Thank you." Silence agreed with every word. The man cut the pie. Neat wedges, honest portions. He gave the first plate to Eliza, the second to Samuel, the third to the place that held her cup, and the last to himself. They ate without hurry. The crust surrendered with a gentle sigh. The apples told the story of summer in a language sugar understands. "Did you know," Samuel said between small, careful bites, "that pies are round because love doesn't like corners?" Eliza laughed, then met the man's eyes as if asking whether wisdom always arrives in such shoes. "It's true," the man said. "Corners hoard crumbs, circles pass them on." Outside, dusk threaded blue into the hedges. A moth tapped the window softly, as if testing whether light had a door. From the road came the sound of someone whistling the 4-line hymn. The tune paused, considered, and found the next note. Eliza leaned back, with the half-closed eyes of someone whose shoulders had remembered how to be part of a body rather than a burden. "Tell us a small story," she asked, "one the evening can keep." He thought, then offered this. "When I was a boy, my father's watch stopped in the middle of harvest. He put it in his pocket anyway and told me, 'We will keep time by the kindness of the day.' We worked until the field said enough, then we ate bread until hunger said enough, and we rested until the light said enough. That night the watch ticked again, only a little, but enough to be true. I learned then that time returns to any house where people share what they have." Samuel considered this as scholars do, fork suspended mid-air. "Does that mean if I share my chores, time will go faster?" "It means," Eliza answered, touching his hair, "that work will feel less lonely." "Better," Samuel decided, and returned to the pie with vocational zeal. The man rose, lit the small candle on the sill, and lowered the lamp until flame and flame could share the room between them. The window became a mirror that held their 3 faces, and a 4th shape of light belonging to all the ones who had ever sat here before. A star pricked through the paling blue beyond the glass. Timid, exact. Samuel saw it first. "Look," he whispered, as if not to frighten it. "Evening's first button." They sat a while with nothing to improve. Eliza's hands rested on the table, palms open, not in supplication, but in relief. The man poured 3 small cups of tea, and the steam braided with candlelight like 2 old friends who had forgotten why they ever spoke alone. A night breeze came to the window, tried the latch gently, and slipped inside on good behaviour. It carried the clean scent of river and the faintest echo of a bell deciding not to ring. Do you miss her most at this hour? Eliza asked, voice soft as pie crumbs. I miss her evenly, he said. But evenings make room for missing without haste. They loosen the knots. He turned his cup slowly. She taught me that love is not a feeling that leaves, it is a table that stays set. Samuel nodded with the gravity of clerics. Then we should leave the fourth fork, he declared, for when missing gets hungry. So we shall, the man agreed. They spoke of small things, how the fox had learned the timetable of hens, how the fisherman's hat had begun to fade into the colour of patience, how Mrs. Agnes's gate now opened with the manners of a deacon. Each remark polished the evening rather than wearing it down. The pie thinned into a crescent like a new moon practicing courage. When it was time to go, they did not stand quickly. Goodness asks to be lingered over. Eliza closed the tin, leaving a final slice on a plate near the candle. For your letterbox, she said, meaning the wooden one by the window where words learn to be brave. Samuel folded his prayer and slid it under the rim of the saucer as if tucking a note into God's pocket. At the door, the lane waited with its soft geometry of shadow and light. Thank you, Eliza said, not for pie. Pie had thanked itself, but for the unspoken thing. The light in your window helps the road remember its manners. It helps me remember mine, he answered. Samuel stepped into the dusk, then spun with sudden urgency. I nearly forgot, he said, and placed a small, smooth skipping stone in the man's palm. For another day that needs crossing. The man closed his hand around it and felt its cool certainty. I will keep it where courage can find it, he said. They went down the lane, sharing one shadow between them. He watched until the hedges accepted their passing, and the evening drew the soft veil of privacy companions deserve. Then he returned to the table and sat with the last slice of pie and the first star. He ate slowly, letting cinnamon remind him that warmth has flavours beyond heat. The candle burned lower, pooling light into a small lake on its dish. He set Samuel's stone beside it. The two objects, one that endures, one that vanishes, kept a quiet conversation about what matters and what changes. He lifted the fourth fork and laid it across the empty cup, a silver bridge between absence and presence. Before turning down the lamp, he wrote a line and tucked it with the ribboned letters. We shared a round pie and a round star. Love prefers circles because circles bring everyone home. He stood a moment longer at the window. The watch ticked. The river breathed. Somewhere a late blackbird tried out a phrase and satisfied put its music away for morning. He let the room fall into that kind of peace one doesn't explain to anyone, only shares by leaving a light where a passerby might see it and know. Thank you for forks that wait, for stars that keep their post, for neighbours who bring warm circles to an old table. And with that, he let the candle keep its small brave heart, and gave the night permission to be gentle with every house that could see the star. If this quiet evening of pie and starlight brought you a little warmth, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a gentle circle of story and peace will be waiting by the window for you. Market morning, quiet mercy morning, entered like a careful guest, pausing at each window before stepping in. The man woke to the faint clatter of a cart on the lane and the distant murmur of voices that meant market day. He washed, buttoned his shirt with patient thumbs, and checked the watch on its ribbon. It ticked softly, no longer proud, only faithful. He slipped it into his pocket and touched the wooden box of letters on the sill. Back soon, he said, as if houses were reassured by promises. The lane wore its bright Sunday smile, though it was only Tuesday. Hedges held beads of dew, and webs strung between nettles trembled with small, bright news. Down by the brook a heron stood arranged like a question. He tipped his hat to the question and walked on. At the village square, stalls had opened like flowers that knew their hour. A fishmonger polished silver scales with a rag that smelled of the sea. A woman stacked round cheeses like moons, learning their phases. Bunches of thyme and marjoram leaned against one another in green fellowship. A barrel of apples, pink at the cheeks, waited patiently for hands. "Good morning," called Mrs. Agnes from behind a table of preserves. Her gait may have quieted, but she had not. "You're early or late, I can't tell which. Both look alike on kind people." "I'm right on the hour of appetite," he said, choosing a small jar labelled black currant, last summer's hope. Agnes wrapped it as if binding a small blessing. "Give Eliza a spoonful if she comes by," she whispered. "Blackcurrant knows what to say to tired bones." He thanked her and wandered on. The cobbler's stall sat under the sycamore, where light fell in coins through the leaves. Old René the cobbler greeted him with a nod he reserved for leather and prayer. A pair of boots waited on the bench, cracked at the instep, tongues gone shy. "Can you mend courage?" the man asked, laying the boots down with the respect of a confession. "For you or for whom?" René replied without looking up. "For any feet that have far to go." The cobbler smiled, that wide weathered smile that has stitched more days than souls. He chose a thread in the blue of river shade and sewed with a rhythm that sounded like a hymn someone hums when they do not want to wake a sleeping child. While he worked, the man bought 2 new laces, their ends dipped in wax like small serious candles. Across the square, Samuel darted between stalls with a folded list and a coin in his palm, pinned by a thumb. Responsibility carefully kept. He saw the man and raised the list as a banner. "Mum says onions, flour, and 1 brave lemon," he reported. "I am to choose the bravest. Find one that looks as though it has practiced being sunlight," the man said. "They examine lemons with the dignity such work requires." Samuel found one with a skin color of courage in the late afternoon. "Perfect," the man said, torching the tea just by standing nearby. They moved. Together through the market, pausing where life asked to be noticed. A girl selling eggs with the exactness of a bell, a basket of pears the shape of humility, a fiddler testing a phrase that seemed to know where home was. No one hurried. There is a pace markets remember from the years when people counted time by shadows and debt by favours. At the apothecary's stall, Eliza stood with her hands folded around an empty bottle. A paper label read, "Tonic for weariness," in a script that could stand improvement but meant well. She turned, surprised, and the surprise turned quickly to that particular relief you see on a face that has been braver than it wanted to be. "I hoped you might be here," she said. "The vicar told me to try 3 things: a tonic, a walk, and the company of people who speak as if the day were kind." "Then you have 2 already," he answered. "We'll fetch the 3rd without fuss." The apothecary, a woman with spectacles that made her look permanently interested, measured herbs with the gravity of liturgy. "Gentle strength," she said, dropping a sprig of something green into brown glass. "Twice a day and once whenever the world forgets its manners." Samuel stood very still while the apothecary added honey. "I'm assisting," he announced, though no one had asked. "Assistant is a noble rank," the apothecary replied. "It means you believe in more than your own hands." With the tonic secured, they found a bench near the fountain. The stone rim was cool. Water wrote its soft cursive into the basin. He untied the laces of his old shoes and replaced them with the new wax-tipped ones. Knots nested neatly, each a promise not to come undone at the first complaint of a long road. Eliza sat beside them without performing the act of sitting. She simply moved from standing to belonging. "Market days smell like stories," she said, lifting the bottle to catch sunlight in its brown. The man passed her the blackcurrant jar. "For after your tea," he said, "from Agnes, for tired bones and for anyone who sings four-line hymns." She smiled, and it made the morning tilt toward mercy. They began homeward slowly, the three of them, like commas in a single sentence that did not mind being long. Samuel walked ahead, hopping the squares of cobble as though decoding a secret. Eliza kept the bottle close to her ribs, where difficult breaths begin to learn their manners again. At the bridge they paused. The river below was a long, silver consideration. A breeze touched their faces, the kind that makes even hard truths easier to mention. "I didn't sleep well," Eliza admitted. "Woke to count what we don't have. Fell asleep trying to remember what we do. The second list is longer, it takes more time." "Then we are rich," the man said. "Lists that take time are the truest wealth." Samuel leaned over the rail and let the brave lemon reflect in the water. The river returned a golden coin, moving and exact. "Look," he whispered. "The lemon knows how to swim." Past the bridge, Mrs. Agnes's gate, as if to prove it still remembered its role in the story, opened with decorum and held. Agnes herself stood there with a bundle of clean linen like clouds folded by an honest wind. "Come for tea later if your day gets wobbly," she called. "We keep cups for all varieties of wobbly." At Eliza's door, the kettle had the courtesy to be ready. They stood at the table where daisies kept watch. He set the lemons amid the onions as if colour heals by proximity. Samuel placed the list under a jar lid. Finishing is a kind of art. Eliza poured 3 cups and added a spoon of honey to her own, a second to the future. They did not speak directly of burdens. They spoke around them, which is how burdens willingly set themselves down. He told a small story about René's blue thread, which seemed to stitch the air as he spoke. Eliza described a robin that had claimed the hedge as its pulpit. Samuel made an argument for lemon peels as bookmarks for brave chapters. While the tea steeped into truth, the man walked to the window and saw, far off, the fisherman wading the brown-green thought of the river. He had not caught a fish in weeks, but he kept catching the patience to try. That, too, is bread. On the way back to his cottage, the market slowly packed itself away, careful not to disturb the square's quiet friendships, stone to stone, tree to shadow, fountain to sky. He passed René, who raised the mended boots like a benediction. "They'll take you as far as love needs walking," the cobbler said. "Charge me in prayers," the man replied. "I accept only that currency," René answered, tapping the blue thread with his needle as if striking a small bell. At home, he set the jar of blackcurrant on a shelf and wrote a label in his own hand, "For courage afternoon." He wound the watch and listened to its modest tick, finding room in the day. On the table he laid an onion, a lemon, and the new laces wrapper, the bright, the ordinary, the proof. He opened the wooden box and slipped a page beneath the ribbon. He wrote, "Today the market taught me that mercy is half price when carried in company. A tonic is good, a bench is better, 3 cups are best." He went to the linden bench and sat while the afternoon became itself. Longer light, gentler edges, the sound of a cart remembering the way home. A dove spoke from the eaves in the plain chant of contentment. He let his hands rest, palms open, a posture that learns from prayer without requiring it. Before evening there was a knock like the memory of a psalm. Eliza at the door with a small jar. "Lemon curd," she said, almost apologizing. It wanted to exist. He took it as saints take sacrament, simply, gratefully, without commentary. "Leave the jar," he said. "I'll fill it with something that remembers you." When the door closed, he placed the jar beside the blackcurrant on the shelf, bright and dark in polite conversation. He lit the candle, lowered the lamp, and let the room become a chapel of ordinary light. "Bless the errands that turn into fellowship," he whispered, "and the markets where need and kindness trade at the same store." He watched the flame steady, felt the watch agree, and allowed the day to fold itself into the pocket of God. If this gentle market morning brought a little calm to your heart, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night another quiet story of ordinary mercy will be here, like a small jar labelled for courage afternoon. The letter not yet sent rain came before dawn, tapping gently on the roof, like a hand too polite to wake anyone. When the man opened his eyes, the world had become a watercolour, soft, deliberate, every edge washed into gentleness. He rose, wrapped himself in his cardigan, and went to the window. The linden leaves trembled under beads of silver. Each drop fell with the care of someone delivering a message word by word. The watch on the ribbon ticked faintly, as if keeping pace with the rain's heartbeat. He wound it, then smiled at its effort. "Steady as prayer," he whispered. He boiled water, set a single slice of bread by the lamp, and opened the wooden box on the sill. Inside lay letters folded in the patience of years, his own handwriting steady at first, then gentler as though the pen had learned humility. Some addressed to friends gone to far cities, others to people who would never know he'd written at all. And one, thinner, without an address, only a single word on its envelope. "Forgive." He took that one out. The paper had grown faintly yellow at the edges, like linen kissed by candle smoke. He unfolded it and read. "There are words I never said because silence seemed the kinder language. If you ever felt the distance, know it was the shape of my love trying to keep you safe from my clumsy need. I wish you soft mornings, honest rest, and the courage to be at peace with your own heart." He read it twice, and a third time, not to remember the words, but to listen to how they breathed. The ink had not faded, only settled. Truth doesn't vanish, it learns to whisper. He laid the page flat and placed his hand on it as though steadying a bird. Outside, the rain turned to a quieter pattern, somewhere between speech and song. He thought of Eliza's gentle laugh the evening before, of Samuel's brave lemon floating in the river, of the vicar's tired smile when the church bell missed a beat and no one cared. Life was stitched together by such mercies, frayed in places, yes, but whole enough to warm the day. A knock came at the door, light and deliberate. It was the postman, Thomas, with a brown satchel and the cheerful weariness of someone who's been carrying other people's stories all morning. "Morning, sir," he said. "Got nothing for you today, but I thought I'd shelter a minute from the drizzle." "Shelter always fits here," the man replied. "Tea?" "I won't say no." They sat near the window, watching the mist, trying to remember which way the hills went. Thomas stretched his boots toward the fire. "You ever miss getting letters yourself?" he asked. The man smiled. "I receive them in other ways. The robin that returns to the same branch, that's a letter. The child who waves without reason, that's another. And when the gate closes softly behind someone kind, that's God signing at the bottom. Thomas nodded, looking down at his mug. Maybe I'll start noticing my deliveries better, he said. You might find the world's more literate than it looks, the man answered. When Thomas left, the rain had already forgiven itself and gone quiet. The man returned to the table and stared again at the letter marked "Forgive." He took up his pen, not to revise it, only to add a line at the bottom. If ever these words find their way to you, may they arrive on a day when you have forgiven yourself too. He folded the page carefully, slipped it into a new envelope, and this time wrote a name. Eliza. Not because of guilt, there was none, but because she, like him, carried old silence with grace, and sometimes grace needs company. He set the envelope by the window under a small stone Samuel had given him, the skipping stone smoothed by thought and river. It would stay there until it chose its own journey. Letters, like prayers, travel best when unhurried. He spent the rest of the morning mending a loose hinge on the cupboard. The task required nothing but patience and the kind of concentration that feels like rest. Outside, the air smelled of rain and iron. He heard the distant creak of René's cobbler bench, the faint chatter of Agnes's radio, and the slow hum of Eliza's kettle through her open window down the lane. Together, these sounds formed a quiet orchestra of faith, each instrument unaware of its holiness. By noon, a patch of sunlight found its way through the clouds and settled across the table right over the letter. He watched the warmth move along the paper as though reading it line by line. The watch ticked in harmony. He whispered, "All right then," and sealed the envelope with a bit of wax the colour of autumn apples. After a late meal, just bread and soup, simple as truth, he took his coat and stepped outside. The road was soft beneath his boots, each footprint filling with a drop of sky. He passed the gate, still dignified in its new obedience, and turned toward the post box at the square. Along the way, children's laughter drifted from the schoolyard, and he found himself smiling without reason. At the post box, he hesitated. The envelope felt lighter than it should, almost transparent. He lifted it once, turned it in his fingers, then rested it against the red metal surface. The rain had left tiny mirrors on the paint. In one of them, he saw his reflection beside the name Eliza, two souls on the same line, neither demanding the last word. He slipped it in. The envelope vanished with the softest sound in the world, a paper prayer taking flight. He stood for a while, listening to nothing in particular. Then he removed his hat, nodded to the box as one nods to an altar, and started back. Halfway home, he met Eliza herself, walking toward the square with a basket of clean linens. Her face carried the calm of someone who'd made peace with the day's weather before it arrived. "Good morning," she said. "You've been to the post?" "Yes," he answered. "I sent a note that didn't mind being late." She smiled, not asking for more. "I hope it finds who it needs to find," she said. "I believe it already has," he replied. They walked the rest of the way together, speaking only once, about the smell of wet soil and how it reminded them of candles after prayer. When they reached her gate, he opened it for her. Still obedient, she noted. "Even gates can learn grace," he said. They laughed quietly, the kind of laughter that carries both memory and mercy. At home, he lit the lamp though daylight still lingered. The flicker caught the edges of the wooden box of the ribboned notes within. He added one more page and wrote, "Today I mailed forgiveness, and the sky replied with sunlight." He folded it neatly, placed it under the watch, and listened as its small heartbeat filled the quiet house. Somewhere beyond the linden, the bell at the church struck once, neither beginning nor end, just the hour that means enough. He closed his eyes and said softly, "Thank you, Lord, for words that travel farther than our feet, and for hearts that know when to let go of the envelope." The candle flickered, the watch ticked, and forgiveness, having finally found its address, stayed to rest a while longer. If this quiet letter touched your heart, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a gentle voice of hope and peace will find its way to you, like a letter that never forgets your name. The bell rope and the sparrow morning found the village washed and tidy from the night's soft rain. Clouds moved like careful sheep along the ridge. The linden wore 100 silver beads and did not mind their weight. The man stood at his window, listening to the room breathe. On the sill, the wooden box of letters rested where light could find it. Beneath the little skipping stone lay yesterday's new page. "Today I mailed forgiveness, and the sky replied with sunlight." He touched the paper once, as one blesses a traveller, then buttoned his coat. The watch on its ribbon ticked modestly, determined to be helpful. Down the lane the world smelled of wet nettle and clean wood. He walked with no particular destination, the way a prayer walks when it trusts the road to finish the sentence. By the church gate, the vicar stood with his hat in his hands, looking upward in the way people do when the problem is above them. A length of frayed rope hung from the bell cote, 2 feet shy of where a hand could reach. "Morning," the vicar said, offering a rueful smile. "Our bell has decided to keep its distance. The old rope gave up in the night." The man stepped beneath the rope and tested it with 2 fingers. It was soft with age, faithful to the end. "I've a coil at home," he said. "Sturdy, not proud. It might like a holy task." "Bring it," the vicar answered, relief arriving before he could hide it. "I'll brew tea for courage." When he returned, the coil rode his shoulder like a friendly snake. The ladder from the vestry leaned against the inner wall. Dust floated in lanes of light like retired hymns. "Best have another pair of hands," the vicar said, peering toward the square. As if the morning had overheard, Samuel trotted through the gate, a pencil behind his ear, and the look of a boy who hopes his name is about to be called. "You, sir," the vicar said with theatrical gravity, "are apprenticed to the noble craft of bell rope mending." Samuel nearly bowed. They worked without drama. The man climbed while the vicar steadied the ladder, and Samuel passed up what the moment required: a cloth, a knot, a word of encouragement whispered to old timber. The new rope slid through the pulley with the sound of linen learning a psalm. Dust sighed from the rafters and turned to light. From the open door came the quiet addition of one more helper, Eliza, a basket on her arm, her step a little careful, her face the colour of rest that has chosen itself on purpose. "I brought oat biscuits," she said, and her voice filled the room like a kettle agreeing with water. She set the basket on a pew and looked up toward the rafters. "Tell the rope it has friends." "Ropes need that," the man replied, tying the lower splice with a knot that knew how to keep its promises. Samuel watched closely, memorizing the turn and tuck as if learning a new alphabet. "Is that a sailor's knot?" he asked. "It's a village knot," the man said. "It holds because the people holding it mean it." They tested the pull, just a whisper of bell, the suggestion of bronze remembering its work. The vicar rubbed his hands together. "Lift her properly, then let her rest," he said, and stepped back. The man gave a steady draw. High above, the bell answered with a single, round Amen. Sound pooled in the nave, then walked calmly out through the open door and along the lane, greeting hedges, roofs, a listening fox, a woman at her washing, a fisherman already knee-deep in the river's green thought. The whole village seemed to exhale one notch easier. They sat for biscuits on the front steps, the stones warm from the shy sun. Samuel balanced his cup as though carrying a comet. Eliza sipped slowly, her shoulders dropping their argument with the morning. The man watched a small sparrow hop along the gravel, tilting its head at the bell rope as if considering whether it might be a peculiar vine. When a breeze came, the sparrow fluttered up to the lower knot, rode it for the pleasure of an inch, and returned to earth, satisfied, a tiny pilgrim with a brief pilgrimage. "I wonder," Eliza said, "how many prayers that bell has carried without knowing their names." "Perhaps prayers don't always require names," the vicar answered. "They only require a place to ring." The man glanced toward the square where the red post box stood like a stubborn punctuation mark. He thought of the letter now in its quiet way and felt no urge to explain anything to anyone. Certain truths, he'd learned, live best as atmosphere. They finished the biscuits. Samuel licked a thumb and rescued 2 crumbs from his knee with the seriousness accorded to punctuation. "I could ring it?" he asked, lifting his eyes toward the rope in the doorway, then toward the grown-ups the way sailors look to the weather. "Once," the vicar said, "gently, as if you're waking a good friend." Samuel stood, took the rope with both hands, and let his body give the bell a hush of motion. High above, bronze breathed. The single note it sent down was deep enough to soften tight places and brief enough to be trusted with secrets. Samuel released the rope the way one lets go of a promise after keeping it. "Well done," the man said. The boy's grin widened carefully, like sunrise testing the window. They cleaned their crumbs from the stone. Eliza gathered the cups, humming her 4-line hymn as she stacked them. The vicar rolled the old rope into a circle, neat as a memory, and set it by the vestry door. "Never throw away a faithful thing," he said. "You might need to learn from its patience." On their way down the path, Mrs. Agnes waved from her gate with a jar of something brave and dark. "Black tea leaves and a squeeze of molasses," she called, "for afternoons that forget what they're about." They laughed and promised to share it like conspirators of daylight. The day went on in the unremarkable way that keeps the world from breaking. Boots drying by doors, bread deciding when to stop being dough, a window opened for the sake of air that had learned a better accent in the rain. The man returned to his cottage and laid the coil's leftover length on a nail by the shelf. Not a trophy, only the right tool kept within reach. At noon, he made soup the colour of acceptance and sliced bread edge to edge. He placed a second bowl by the empty cup. Habit by now, not ceremony. The bell gave one note in the wind, perhaps a brief settling of rope, perhaps a small joke between bronze and air. He smiled into his spoon and let his shoulders learn from it. Later, he walked to the river. The fisherman stood as ever, a deliberate reed among reeds. "What news?" the man asked. "Water thinking about fish," the fisherman said. They did not speak further. Words would have been louder than the lesson at hand. Patience, upright as a staff, watching the day become itself. On the bridge he opened the watch. Tick honest, hands sensible, and then closed it again. He rested both palms on the rail and let the wind write through the hair on his arms, the way a teacher writes on a chalkboard nobody fears. Below him, a leaf floated under the arch and came out the other side, changed only by the light that had touched it. When evening hesitated at the edge of the fields, he turned home. He set a plate on the sill, placed a heel of bread upon it, and beside it the small stone Samuel had given him. The stone looked like yes, the bread looked like welcome. Together they looked like a lit window. Before lowering the lamp, he wrote a line for the box. We mended a rope and the whole village breathed. Today I learned that repair is a form of prayer. He tucked the page under the ribbon and listened as the house accepted the thought. From far away the bell let down a final tender sound, less a ring than a remembrance. A sparrow answered with 2 cheerful syllables from the hedge. The knight, polite and warm-shouldered, stepped over the threshold as if invited. He stood a moment longer in the doorway, then whispered, "Teach me to pull gently, to lift what is heavy without noise, and to leave in the air a kindness that keeps ringing after I go." He turned the wick, and the room kept a small star for the road. If this quiet story of mending and shared work eased your evening, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a gentle bell of peace will find you, still ringing softly in the ordinary air. Lanterns along the lane. Evening arrived with a hush that sounded like respect. Clouds thin as linen drifted west. The linden leaves signed their soft signatures against the sky. The watch on its ribbon ticked as modestly as a cricket. He set a kettle to its low song and laid a slice of bread on the sill beside Samuel's skipping stone. A fox crossed the field at a scholar's pace, studying the geometry of twilight. Then, without fuss, the lights went out. It was not dramatic. No crack, no warning. The lamp gave a last faithful blink and surrendered. The house drew closer around him, friendly and unafraid, the way a shawl remembers a shoulder. He waited, listening. Silence changed its colour. Far away, the river kept its sentence. Closer still, the linden whispered, "I am here." He reached for the candle on the table, struck a match and cupped the small, instant sun. The flame woke with a child's sigh and began its careful work, turning wood, cup and window into something tender and known. Shadows straightened their collars and behaved. He stood at the window. Across the lane, one light, then another. Mrs. Agnes with a candle in a blue teacup. Eliza's window, where a flame lifted like a quiet promise. The vicar's porch, a lantern swinging once in the breath of evening. The lane became a constellation, not of stars above, but of neighbours below. He smiled. "Ah," he said to the dark, "we're brighter together." A knock sounded. 2 light taps, a pause, 2 more. He opened to find Samuel holding a lantern that had clearly deserved its retirement years ago. Its glass was smudged with history. Its handle remembered a colder century. "Came to see if you needed borrowing," the boy announced. "Borrowing?" the man asked. "Of light," Samuel said, as if the answer should have been obvious. "Mum says that's what nights are for." "Then lend me a little," he replied, stepping aside. Samuel came in, set the lantern on the table, and admired the candle as equals admire equals. "Mum's making tea by listening to the whistle instead of watching the boil," he explained. "Agnes says it tastes better that way." He poured 2 cups, careful not to rush Grace. Steam rose like a simple hymn. The room, a chapel again without trying. They sipped. Samuel held his cup with both hands, as if heat were a shy animal one must not startle. "Do you like the dark?" he asked. "I like it when it has company," the man answered. "Light is good talk for darkness." A second knock, gentle, apologetic. Eliza stood there with a jar held at the waist the way some carry flowers. "Blackcurrant," she said, "for courage between lamps." She stepped in and set it beside the bread. Her eyes had the calm of someone who had learned to believe the next minute would be kind. "We could take a little along the lane," she suggested, nodding toward the lantern. "Some might be glad for company, while the wires remember themselves." The man looked to Samuel, whose face brightened with the authority of errand. "We'll be a caravan," the boy declared, capitalizing the word with tone alone. They set out. Lantern first, then candle, then jar like a small moon. The lane met them with its patient gravel. Under each hedge, darkness retreated in polite steps. Moths came and went, testing the edges of flame and finding them hospitable. At Mrs. Agnes's gate, so well-mannered since its conversion, they found her already on the step with knitting in her lap and a teacup that glowed from within like a story told through china. "Just checking," Eliza said. "Checked and cherished," Agnes replied, holding up a row of stitches that looked like small roofs under snow. "Stay a minute. I've extra toffees for emergencies such as this." They stayed long enough for one toffee and two small laughs. Agnes insisted on trading a candle for the jar's keeping, in case your courage runs longer than your blackcurrant. As they left, the vicar appeared, lantern in hand, collar tidy even in the dark. "The bell rope holds," he reported, as if speaking of a parishioner who'd weathered a storm. "Any need anywhere?" "Only for your company," the man said. "Then I am purpose-built," the vicar answered, falling in beside them. They moved along the lane like four notes of the same chord. At the miller's cottage, a window shone faintly, an oil lamp underfed. They left a candle at the sill and a knock of assurance on the wood. At the schoolhouse, desks sat in the quiet like boats at low tide. Samuel held the lantern against the glass, and chalk on the board, half a sun waiting for morning, glimmered into bravery. "Funny," Eliza said softly, "how a little light lets the work keep breathing." "Work and hearts," the vicar added. They came at last to the bridge. Below, the river wore the dark like a clean coat. On its back, the lantern's reflection walked beside them, steady, uncomplaining, undrowned. They paused, because bridges are made for pausing. The man set the candle on the parapet. Flame and night considered one another as equals. Samuel leaned over and whispered to the water, "Be careful with the fish." The river replied in its usual language, which is to say, it continued. A breeze rose, just enough to tilt the flame and remind it of the generosity of being held. They stood until the lantern's reflection finished crossing. Then they turned back, returning lights to their windows, as shepherds return sheep to their fold. At Eliza's door, steam ghosted the air, her kettle, satisfied with its own discipline. "Come for a cup?" she asked. "Briefly," the vicar said, though his voice already sounded seated. Inside, the room gathered them like an apron. Candles stood at modest posts, by the daisies, beside the clock, near the teapot. No corner pleaded. They drank as people do when night is honest and time is domesticated. Samuel spread blackcurrant on a slice of bread with the ceremony of a cartographer. Agnes's toffees performed their second duty as paperweights for napkins. The vicar told a very short story about a very long committee meeting and pronounced the dark a more efficient counsel. They all agreed the minutes would be kinder if written by candlelight. When the kettle had the courtesy to fall silent, the man stood. "I'll walk home while the lane still remembers we came," he said. They gathered their lights and stepped back into the cooled evening. 4 small sons practicing humility. At the man's gate, they parted with no discussion, because some goodbyes are simply acknowledgements of a circle that will close again tomorrow. Inside, he placed the lantern on the table and the candle on the sill. The room looked exactly itself, only gentler, as though someone had told it a secret that made it kind. He sliced a last piece of bread and left it near the letters, a midnight vote of confidence in appetite. The watch ticked with the satisfaction of a job that required nothing but fidelity. The power returned, then, quietly, like a thoughtful guest deciding not to knock. The lamp glowed back to life, tried its strength, and settled. He left the candle burning anyway. Earned light deserves to finish its song. Before he turned the wick a little lower, he wrote a line for the wooden box. The dark asked for company. The village answered with small suns. We were not brave alone. We were brave together. He tucked the page under the ribbon and stood at the window. Across the lane, one by one, neighbour lights yielded to sleep. The linden stroked the roof with the hand it keeps for those who remember to rest. He held the candle a moment longer, then blew it out with thanks. In the fragrant smoke he heard the echo of footsteps beside him, a chorus of good nights that did not need translation. Lord, he whispered, teach me to carry light the way a friend carries news, not to shame the dark, but to stay with it until it isn't lonely. He set the lantern on the hook, let the house exhale, and allowed the night to keep what it had learned about kindness. If this quiet walk of lanterns along the lane brought you peace, you can subscribe to the channel, so that each night a small, faithful light of story and rest will meet you right where the darkness asks for company. The meadow of remembering morning wore the hush of a library. The house stretched. The linden shook off the last confetti of dew, and the watch on its ribbon ticked with unambitious honesty. He folded the blanket, palms smoothing corners until cloth remembered its square, and set the kettle to its low talk. On the windowsill, the wooden box of letters kept its quiet breath. He touched the skipping stone that held yesterday's page in place and said, because habit is a form of prayer, back soon. Outside, the lane carried the fragrance of cool earth, the kind of morning that invites a longer road. He closed the door gently, the latch clicking like a well-behaved thought, and took the path that left the cottages, crossed the brook by 3 obliging stones, and leaned toward the wide meadow that lifted like a green psalm under a pale sky. There grasses nodded their serious little heads. Spiders had embroidered the fence with silver sentences. A thrush tried a phrase, approved it and offered it again. Careful, grateful. He walked with the patience the place asked for, boots reading the ground as if sounding out familiar words, clover, sorrel, humility. Halfway across he found the old bench the farmer had set at the field's shoulder, a plank with 2 stout legs and a habit of keeping confidences. He wiped a dry leaf from the seat, sat, and watched the light discover its day. The meadow shaped itself around the silence until silence felt like company. From his pocket he drew the watch and held it near his ear. Tick, soft and sure. He smiled and set it face down on the bench, letting time listen to the field for a change. Then he reached deeper and brought out a square of paper folded twice, one of his wife's letters, the ink rounded and kind, those sheltered O's like small moons, creased in the place his thumb always found. He did not read, not yet. He let the letter warm in his palm the way a bird warms to a hand that means no harm. Wind lifted the hair at his temple and moved on to comb a quiet path through the barley. Across the hedge, the church bell tried one experimental breath, then reconsidered, content to wait. He thought of last night's lanterns, how darkness had asked for company and been answered by small suns on ordinary windowsills. He thought of Agnes's toffees, the vicar's patient collar, Samuel's whisper to the river, and Eliza's jar of blackcurrant standing like a modest planet by the bread. He felt each memory lay down beside him on the bench, not heavy, not loud, just present. When the field had finished saying good morning, he opened the letter. "My dear, here is a little news. The kettle sings as if it knows the score. The geranium has decided to be brave. The bread rose because I remembered not to hurry it. Do you remember the meadow that looks like a psalm? We must sit there again when the weather agrees. If I go first, keep the habit for us both." He did not hurry the lines. His eyes walked them, stopping to greet each doorstep of a word. At the end, he turned the paper and found the small postscript he had almost forgotten. P.S. When you cannot pray, let the meadow pray you. He leaned back. The bench accepted the slight weight of recognition. He realized with the kind of relief that does not require tears that he had been prayed by many things. By the bell rope repaired, by the lantern in a boy's careful hand, by a jar labelled for courage after noon, by the river's repeating sentence, by the gate that now opened with courtesy, by the grandmotherly patience of tea. A gust came, not urgent, simply present. He watched it pass through a stand of wild oat. Each stem, bent without argument, gave what it could and rose again. "Teach me that," he said softly, uncertain whether he spoke to the field, to himself, or to the one who listens regardless. Footsteps approached, careful, undecided, friendly. He turned to see the fisherman without his rod, hat in hand as if entering a chapel. "Didn't mean to intrude," the fisherman said. "Meadow's large enough for two," the man answered, and patted the plank. They sat with the peace of men who know that talk and quiet are cousins. After a while, the fisherman spoke. "Been coming here since before I had a beard. Always thought the field belonged to the farmer. Lately, I think it belongs to the patient. It does its best work on those who wait," the man replied. They watched a hawk draw an invisible circle the size of a blessing. Far off, Eliza and Samuel appeared at the far stile. She with a basket, he with the springy step of boys who have found work they'd like to do. They waved without breaking their quiet. He lifted his hand. The fisherman tilted his hat. The two shapes crossed into the meadow and disappeared behind a friendly rise. "Lost my wife in that winter before the cold learned its manners," the fisherman said then, as if picking up a thread he'd kept in his pocket for years. "Came here and sat till the bench knew my name. It let the sorrow spread out without spilling." "It does that," the man said. "Seems a place can take a grief and give it back folded." A small cloud passed and returned the sun like an apology. He placed the letter on the bench, laid the watch upon it, and listened to the two ordinary hearts agree. Below the hedge, a hare paused, stared at them as if gauging their intentions, and decided they were harmless. "Thank you," the man told the hare, because gratitude must practice on whatever will stand still. From the stile came the sound of a jar settling into grass. Eliza and Samuel were nearer than he'd thought. "We're leaving a parcel," Eliza called, not to interrupt, but to include. "Bread with lemon, it wants to be eaten under sky." "Obedience is a virtue," the fisherman said gravely. Samuel laughed and set the parcel on the bench end as if placing a candle on an altar. They did not stay. They moved on, counting larks, Eliza naming herbs for the boy, the meadow teaching them both the old curriculum of noticing. He watched them go with the affection one reserves for travellers whose road is also one's own. He and the fisherman ate the bread in small consecrated bites. Lemon lifted the tongue awake. He thought of how even tartness can be joy when it is honest. They drank from a flask of water that tasted faintly of tin and strongly of cold. When the flask passed back into the fisherman's hand, both men looked at the line where field met sky, a seam sown with light. "I should go see whether the river remembers me," the fisherman said at last. "It will," the man answered. They stood, shook hands like people who have agreed to keep a secret, and parted. He stayed a while longer, because the meadow asked him to. The letter lay under the watch. The watch kept time by the field kept time by the sun kept time by a patience older than clocks. One chain of custody, honest and sufficient. When he finally rose, he folded the letter with the care of someone stowing away a map he will use again, returned the watch to his pocket, and touched the bench's edge in thanks. The walk home felt shorter, not because the distance had changed, but because something in him had. At the brook, he paused to break a piece of bread for later, and another for the shy certainty that lives under stones. A wren scolded him amiably and accepted a crumb. Near the cottages, the bell tried one brief note, the sort of ring that is less announcement than reassurance. Agnes waved from her gate with a skein of wool the colour of early cloud. The vicar passed with a book under his arm and a sprig of rosemary tucked in his page, as if prayer needed remembering. Eliza's window was open to let the lemon out and the afternoon in. Samuel sat on the step carving a small boat with the vocabulary of careful boys. Inside his own house, he set the letterbox on the table and slid today's page beneath the ribbon. The meadow kept its promise and prayed me whole enough to walk home. He placed the parcel paper by the bread, cut a thin slice, and let the knife rest. Then he opened the window 2 fingers' width and invited the meadow's breath to finish its work. He lit the lamp early, not from need, but from gratitude. The room wore the light without effort like a familiar cardigan. He stood by the sill and watched the linden play with what was left of afternoon. "Thank you," he said, no longer sure where thanks should be addressed, only sure it had a listener. For benches that keep confidences, for fields that fold grief, for letters that outlive their envelopes. He turned the wick a little lower and let stillness grow its soft moss up the walls. "When I cannot find the words," he whispered, "let your world pray me, meadow, bell and small bread under sky." Sleep would not need persuading tonight. It knew the path, lane, brook, bench and home, all of them spelled with the alphabet of mercy. If this quiet walk into the meadow helped your own heart loosen its knots, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night another gentle chapter of peace will arrive, like a field that knows how to pray you home. The clockmaker's window. The following morning began like a held breath. Mist lay low across the fields, folding the cottages in soft white patience. The bell gave a single note, the kind that doesn't call, only greets. The man stirred his tea, watched the spoon turn the small whirlpool of sugar, and thought of the meadow's whisper. "When you cannot pray, let the meadow pray you." The words stayed near him, as close as a pulse. A letter waited on the table, unsealed, his own handwriting, steady and unhurried. It was addressed not to anyone in particular, but to what he called tomorrow. He had written, "Thank you in advance for showing up. I promise to meet you halfway." He folded it, smiled, and set it by the window under Samuel's skipping stone, which by now had become the house's quiet punctuation. After breakfast, he took the road toward the square. The air was thick with the scent of bread and dew-warmed wood. Shutters opened like slow eyes. At the corner where the market usually spilled its chatter, an old man had opened his shop, a narrow piece with brass gears glinting behind
rusty glass, a wooden sign painted decades ago. Clockmaker and repairer of small fires. He passed the shop 100 times without stopping, while the ticking always ticked it up. This morning he went.
Inside smelled of oil, paper, and something that might have been patience distilled. Every wall held clocks, tall ones with proud faces, small ones with anxious hearts, a few shaped like ships that had never learned to sail. All of them ticked, but not together. They spoke in a kind of friendly disarray, as if each were allowed its own opinion of time. Behind the counter sat Mr. Murrow himself, spectacles on forehead, fingers blackened with oil, a waistcoat buttoned for duty rather than display. He looked up and nodded, the movement slow enough to suggest it had waited years to happen. "Morning," he said. "Brought a time in need of mending?" The man placed the ribboned watch on the counter, its silver dulled but still dignified. "It works," he said, "but not like it used to. It keeps time, but not the feeling of it." The clockmaker held the watch as one might cradle a small bird unsure of its cage. He listened, then smiled faintly. "Ah, it's not the beat that's wrong, it's the pause. Too tidy. Heartbeats need a little irregularity to sound alive." He wound it gently, then stopped halfway. "There," he said. "See how it hesitates now? Like a breath before a word. That's the space where mercy fits." The man blinked. He hadn't expected theology in a repair shop. Murrow chuckled. "Time and faith are the same trade, more or less," he said. "Both are about trust. Trusting the next second will show up even when you can't see it yet." He turned toward the window where sunlight pressed its golden palm against the glass. "Used to make fine clocks for the city," he went on. "Precision, accuracy, the sort that looked impressive in rich houses but never sang. Then one day I saw a church bell misfire, rang a beat late, and in that pause a bird sang. Sounded better than perfection." He placed the watch back on the counter. "So now I mend for music, not for math." The man smiled, holding the watch between thumb and forefinger. It ticked like a living thing, a sound that neither hurried nor apologized. He listened until he heard the smallest irregularity, the tender hesitation between ticks. "Feels like it's thinking," he said. "That's hope," Murrow replied. Outside, the square had begun its day, children with baskets, Eliza carrying a loaf in a cloth, Agnes standing sentinel by her preserves. He waved and they waved back. It felt like being recognized by the hours themselves. He stood by the clockmaker's window a while longer, watching the reflections mingle. Gears, glass, sky, the movement of his own hand, turning the watch face upward. Inside the shop, Murrow leaned over another clock, a faint hum of tuning filling the air. Each tick seemed to whisper, "Here, still here." The man continued down the lane toward the bridge. A faint drizzle began. Not enough for shelter, just enough for remembering. He opened his palm and let a few drops find their way into the lines. At the rail he paused, looking down at the river that had listened to so many of his thoughts. The surface was a moving mirror, the colour of pewter, the shape of patience. He lifted the watch and held it to his ear. Tick, pull, tick. Each tiny breath felt like a heartbeat borrowed from something eternal. He thought of his wife's letter of the line, "If I go first, keep the habit for us both." And there, by the bridge, he realized he had. The sound of the river merged with the rhythm of the watch until he couldn't tell which was water and which was time. He whispered, "Thank you," without specifying why. Because gratitude rarely needs an address. A few steps away, Samuel appeared, balancing his new toy boat, paint still tacky. Made her myself, he said proudly. She's called the Lark. Fine name, the man said. Will she float? Only one way to know. They knelt together and let the small boat into the current. It rocked, tilted, found its balance and began to drift. Uncertain, brave. Samuel grinned. It's sailing. It is, the man agreed. Sometimes the river carries what we let go. They watched until the Lark became a dot of light between reeds. When it vanished, Samuel sighed, the satisfied sigh of a craftsman whose work has met the world. Mum says to come for tea, he said. She made honey biscuits. I'll be along, the man promised. As the boy ran off, the man lingered. He slipped the watch back into his pocket and turned toward the clockmaker's window, still shining faintly across the square. From here, he could just make out Murrow at his bench, bending over another quiet repair. Behind him, hundreds of clocks disagreed gently with one another, a choir of imperfect faiths still keeping time together. The man smiled and thought, so it is with people. He walked home by the long path, the drizzle turning to light again. On every windowsill he passed, candles waited for evening. He touched his pocket where the watch lay warm against his chest. Each tick seemed to answer the day with a single word, yes. Inside he placed the watch beside the wooden box, then wrote a new line for the ribboned pages. Today I learned that time need not be perfect to be holy. It only needs to keep breathing. He read it twice, as if to make sure the truth had room to stay, then looked toward the linden outside. Raindrops hung from each branch, tiny clocks of water catching what light remained. Lord, he said softly, let me learn to pause like this watch, not broken, only merciful. The house listened, and in the small silence between his words, the watch answered with its gentle, uneven song, the sound of a heart learning how to rest and still keep time. If this quiet visit to the clockmaker's shop brought peace to your evening, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night another slow and steady story will tick beside you, gentle, faithful, and full of grace. The letter, returned late afternoon, had the colour of parchment. The sky, pale and dignified, leaned westward. A hush settled across the lane as if the day itself had found something holy to read. Inside the house, the man was sorting the letters in the wooden box, smoothing creases that time had made, tying new ribbon where the old had thinned. Each letter had a weather of its own. Some smelled faintly of lavender, some of rain. One still carried a smudge of flour from the day she had baked and written in the same breath. He handled them as one might handle heirlooms, not fragile from age but from meaning. When he reached the bottom of the stack, he found something unexpected, an envelope he didn't recognize. The handwriting was his wife's, unmistakable, but faint and slanted, as if the ink itself had been tired. The seal was unbroken. Across the front, in small, official letters, was stamped, "Returned, undelivered." He sat very still. The air in the room changed shape, becoming both closer and kinder. He turned the envelope over in his hands, tracing the soft dent where it had once pressed against other letters in some distant postmaster's drawer. The address was his, the same cottage, the same lane. The date on the corner was 10 years old. For a long time he didn't open it. He placed it on the table, poured a little tea, and watched the light shift toward amber. Outside, the linden stirred and fell quiet again. Even the watch on its ribbon seemed to tick with a gentler discretion. He thought of how many seasons had passed since her handwriting had crossed the page, of how many mornings had lifted the curtain, how many evenings had folded themselves around his prayer for patience, He had believed he'd received all her words. Now here was one that had found its way home by some secret route, late but not lost. Finally, he broke the seal. The paper inside was thin, brittle at the edges, but still brave. He unfolded it carefully, and her voice, his memory of it, rose between the lines as if it had been waiting for air. My dear, if this letter reaches you, it will have travelled longer than I meant, but that's all right. Some messages take their time because they are carrying something delicate. I'm writing from the porch. The storm has passed and the world smells like a hymn. I want you to remember something. We are not made of what we lose, but of what we give away with love. When you think of me, do not stand still. Walk anywhere. God walks with those who move toward kindness. If I cannot meet you there, I will meet you in the memory of it. All my love, all my trust, all my waiting, always yours. He read the letter 3 times, slowly, as if the ink were still drying. The words seemed to tremble between what they said and what they meant. He could almost see her there on the porch, the shawl around her, shoulders, the storm behind her, her gaze somewhere between this world and the next. He placed the letter beside the watch, their 2 heartbeats in agreement. Outside, the first stars had begun to appear, faint and unsure. He stepped to the window and watched the village settle. Eliza closing her shutters, Samuel chasing the last cricket from the step, the vicar's cat claiming its sermon-sized cushion. Every window held a small, faithful light. He thought of all the letters that never reached their destination, prayers misplaced, apologies unsent, words whispered too late. And he realized, with the peace that comes from surrender, that God must have a post office of his own. Some place where every message written in love, even one sent years ago, finds its way to the right heart at the right hour. He went to his desk and took a blank page. The paper waited, patient as forgiveness. He began to write, not to anyone, not to her exactly, but to the space she had left open. Thank you for sending this home. It arrived when silence was becoming too familiar. I will walk tomorrow, not to find you, but to meet the kindness you spoke of. I will carry light the way you carried calm. He folded it, placed it back in the same envelope she had once used, and wrote across the front, "Delivered, at last." Then he stepped outside. The lane was half moonlit, half memory. He walked slowly, the cool air laying its hand on his shoulder. The grass by the fence sparkled with the humility of dew. He could hear, faint and far, the river rehearsing its old song. Halfway to the bridge, he saw the clockmaker's shop still faintly lit. Through the window, Mr. Murrow was bent over his workbench, mending something too small to name. For a moment, the man imagined all those clocks as tiny hearts, all keeping imperfect time, yet all belonging to the same pulse of mercy. He walked on. At the bridge, he stopped. From his coat pocket, he drew the letter, held it above the water, and watched its reflection tremble below. Then, gently, he placed it on the surface. The river received it without complaint, carrying it forward, not away, but onward. The paper floated like a pale petal, catching the last of the starlight. "Go where you're meant to," he whispered. The wind answered with a sigh that felt like understanding, and for the first time in many years, his shoulders loosened, not from forgetting, but from finally knowing he didn't have to remember alone. When he turned to walk back, the village was a constellation once more. Lanterns in windows, warmth behind curtains, the bell tower holding its breath until morning. He felt the steady ticking of the watch through the fabric of his coat, the small hesitation between beats that made each one matter. Back home, he wrote one more line for the box of letters. Some words arrive late, but none arrive wrong. He slipped it under the ribbon, then sat a while, hands folded, eyes half closed. The candle light trembled, as if thinking of something kind. Outside, the linden whispered a promise he didn't need to understand. "Lord," he murmured, "thank you for delays that teach me the pace of grace." He blew out the candle. The room kept glowing a moment longer, not from flame, but from peace. If this quiet chapter about the letter that finally came home brought a little calm to your night, you can subscribe to the channel so that each evening another gentle story of love and faith finds its way safely to your heart, right on time. The quiet benediction morning arrived as if it had been practicing. Light touched the linden first, then the sill, then the watch on its ribbon, each in turn, as though laying hands in blessing. The man stood for a time without moving, grateful that light knows its work without advice. He brewed tea and cut a small slice of bread. The knife sang a thin metal note, one honest sound to begin the day. On the sill, the wooden box kept its breath. He slid last night's page deeper under the ribbon. Some words arrive late, but none arrive wrong, and put the lid back with a softness that meant amen. Outside, the lane wore the clean look of early, gravel unbothered, hedges composed, a fox's precise geometry already written and gone. He stepped out with no task except to walk. The letter had gone to the river. His chest felt newly spacious, like a room after someone opens the curtains and the furniture realizes it isn't alone. His feet chose the long way by habit, past Agnes's gate, obedient as a hymn, past the vicarage where a pair of boots aired in good light, past the clockmaker's window, closed now but inside the brass kept its patient glimmer. At the square, a small gathering had formed before he knew why. No fuss, only neighbours who had followed the day into itself and found each other. Eliza with a basket and a look that could quiet busy air. Samuel carrying a bottle of milk with ceremonial care. Agnes with a parcel of scones tied in string that had already promised to be useful again. The fisherman, clean-hatted, the scent of river and respect about him. And finally, the vicar, collar straight, eyes bright with a kind of shy gladness. "Walk with us?" Eliza asked, voice low enough not to startle the morning. "To where?" he said, though he already suspected the answer. "Home," the vicar replied, "and by home we mean everywhere we pass together." So they walked, a small procession with no banner but the plain light of day. They did not speak more than necessary. Words appeared like helpful stones at stream crossings, then retired with dignity once their work was done. At Mrs. Beale's cottage, Samuel set the milk on her step and rang once softly. At the schoolhouse, Agnes slipped a paper sack of scones through the half door with the authority of a grandmother. At the bend by the hazel, the fisherman paused, lifted his hat to the river, and the river accepted the greeting by being exactly itself. Halfway to the bridge, the vicar slowed. "Here," he said, and they stopped where an old ash tree widened the lane into a small leaf-roofed room. A low wall crossed the shade. On it, someone had left a folded cloth, a sprig of rosemary, and a chipped cup as if the place had been waiting for them long before they chose their feet. No one asked what came next. Eliza set down her basket, drew out a heel of bread, and placed it on the cloth. The fisherman poured water from his flask into the cup, careful as if the cup had a story. Agnes untied her string and smoothed it flat to pocket later, a thrift of care as much as of twine. Samuel stood with his hands behind his back, a small solemnity with a bright centre. The man did nothing first. He let the scene arrive. He watched light sow itself through the ash leaves, the thread bright, then darker, then bright again. He noticed how Eliza's hands did not hesitate, how the fisherman's knuckles knew the weight of quiet, how Agnes's breath kept time with the small wings. Only then did he take the watch from his pocket, open it, and set it beside the cup. The tiny, merciful tick joined the lane's larger cadence, a dove's two-tone prayer, the scrape of a cart far off, the ash tree hush. No one named it a blessing, yet blessings settled anyway, the way a shawl settles on shoulders made ready by weather and patience. The vicar cleared his throat, not to command the moment, but to keep from crying in it. He produced a very small vial of oil from a pocket where he kept practical hope. "We've no service written for this," he said, "so we shall borrow one from the road." He tipped the vial, 3 drops brightened his thumb, and he touched each of their brows in turn. Agnes for keeping, the fisherman for steadfast, Samuel for beginnings, Eliza for gentleness with courage, and at the last, the man for rest that still walks. When the thumb came to him, he bowed his head out of gratitude rather than fear. The oil smelled faintly of rosemary and kitchens, of gardens and faithful smallness. It left a cool trace that quickly warmed, like a truth one accepts after thinking it over kindly. No speech followed. They broke the bread into unreasonable fairness, every piece just enough, and the water passed from hand to hand as if it had been learning all its life to be shared. The man felt his throat accept it, not as drink, but as belonging. He touched the watcher's glass once and let his hand fall. A sparrow arrived and hopped along the wall, head tilted, judge of ceremonies. The boy saluted the bird with 2 fingers. The bird approved the boy. After a time, the vicar closed the vial. Agnes gathered the crumbs. Eliza refolded the cloth with the neatness of someone who understands how endings become beginnings. The fisherman wiped the cup dry on both sides, the way rivermen do to keep balance even in small matters. They resumed their walk. At the bridge, the man paused in the middle arch. Below, the river's skin caught a scrap of cloud and wore it for a second with conviction. He took a deep breath and realized there was no tangled place left in it. Not empty, never empty, but untangled the way a net is after good hands make time for it. "You look lighter," Eliza observed, not as praise, but like a neighbor noticing the weather along his shoulders. "I got heavier in the right places," he said. "Roots, not stones." They smiled at one another the way people do who have learned the same lesson from different teachers. Samuel leaned over the parapet and squinted. "Do you think the lark sailed to the sea?" The fisherman, eyes on the middle distance where water and patience agree, answered, "I think it found exactly the water it needed to know." They crossed the bridge and let the lane deliver them back the way it does when it has been respected. At Agnes's gate, courteous as ever, they parted with a hand clasp that carried more news than speaking. The vicar went to his bell and tested the rope once, merely to agree with it. Eliza and Samuel turned toward their door where the kettle was likely imagining heat. The fisherman walked down to the reeds to ask the day one last honest question. The man stood a while, then made for home. Inside, the house recognized him as if he had been gone longer than the hour. The chair in its exact patience, the cup remembering his hand, the window ready to frame whatever the sky wore next. He placed the watch by the box, lid open, sound unashamed. He took a blank page and wrote, "We were blessed by a tree and a wall and the road's good manners. Oil learned our names. Bread believed in division that multiplies. Today I felt the hush that comes when sorrow stops asking to be carried alone." He folded the page, slid it under the ribbon, and stood with palms resting on the sill. The linden breathed. A ewe called to her lamb, and the lamb answered as if the world had always been this simple. He could almost hear his wife's letter completing itself with a line it had meant all along. Walk toward kindness, and you will be found there. He turned the lamp up a finger's width to anchor evening when it came. Then he set a second plate as he always did, habit now deeper than grief, and placed beside it a sprig of rosemary from the lane's quiet altar. He sat, not to think, but to belong. When the bell gave one round note, he did not answer it with a thought, only with breath. Even later, when night arrived without objection, and the candle practiced its small star, he felt nothing urgent tug at him, no letter to write, no hinge to mend, only the good and necessary work of sleeping inside a blessing. Before he closed his eyes, he whispered into the ordinary air, "Thank you for a benediction with no sermon, for oil on a thumb, for bread in equal pieces, for water that travels kindly through the hands of friends." The house assented in wood and quiet. Outside, the linden kept its shift. Inside, the watch kept its tender, living pause. He slept as one who has been told, gently and without words, that he is already home. If this quiet benediction brought rest to your evening, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a gentle, faithful story will sit with you, like light through leaves, saying only, peace. Home by the window, light. Evening arrived as if carried in two careful hands. The sky wore a pale ribbon of gold where the hills lowered their voices. The linden stirred, not to argue with the wind, only to agree that the day had been kind enough. The man set a plate on the sill, bread, a spoon of lemon curd, and beside it the skipping stone polished by months of yes. The watch on its ribbon ticked with that tender pause Mr. Murrow had taught it, a mercy between seconds. He had done very little all afternoon in the industrious way that means a house keeps company with its owner. A hinge learned to swing without complaint. A book remembered a favourite page. He mended a small tear in the curtain with thread the colour of moonlight. It pleased him that even fabric can be forgiven. When the first star tried the sky, he took his chair by the window. The road held a soft sheen, as though a friendly hand had smoothed it flat for the night's travellers. Milkmen of thoughts, shepherds of memories, saints of the smallest chores. Across the lane, Mrs. Agnes moved like a quiet lantern in her kitchen. Farther on, the vicar's porch showed a square of warmth. He could just make out the bell rope where it rested. The village's pulse asleep but faithful. He poured tea. Steam climbed and braided itself with the mild breath of the linden, the way prayer finds prayer without effort. A moth tapped the glass, considered the light, and settled for the satisfaction of being near it. The man smiled. "I know," he said to the moth, and perhaps to himself, "near is often enough." From the shelf, he took the wooden box and untied the ribbon as one unties a memory that has learned not to pull. He added, "Today's page," 4 lines that seemed to have walked in on their own. The road blessed us with shade and bread. Oil learned our names, and water went gladly from hand to hand. My watch keeps a merciful beat, so does my heart. He did not close the lid yet. He left it ajar, the way you leave a door during friendly weather, as if silence might like to step in and rest its feet by the lamp. Outside, footsteps, light ones. Samuel's. The boy paused at the gate, obedient now with its new manners, and lifted something wrapped in paper. "I was on my way home," he said softly at the door, "and thought your window wanted a little boat." He unwrapped a small carving. the twin of the lark, only unpainted, the grain running like a river under the knife's remembered path. For when you don't, I feel like walking to the bridge, Samuel added. The man placed the boat on the sill next to the plate. Perfect, he said. Some journeys sail in place. The boy nodded with the grave wisdom of children and glanced at the watch where it lay by the open box. Still ticking? With manners, the man said. It pauses kindly. Samuel grinned. Mum says kindness is what time was for in the first place. Your mother tells the truth, he answered. Eliza's voice drifted from the lane, not calling, only arriving. Samuel, she said, and a second voice, the boy's, answered, Coming? Before he slipped away, Samuel tapped 2 fingers on the boat, blessing it with a sailor's brevity. The man watched his shadow fold into Eliza's and then into the lane's longer wind-made shade. Somewhere a kettle would be learning its lesson again. Sing, then rest. Alone but not lonely, he turned the lamp down until the wick held a small, contented star. The room changed colour, becoming less a place and more a belonging. He looked at the 4th plate he still set, and instead of ache, he felt gratitude. A seat held open long enough that hope could find it without running. He placed a sprig of rosemary on the empty saucer. It made the air honest. He lifted the watch, listened. Tick, a breath, tick, and felt his own chest answer. The pause did not frighten him now. It sounded like space in which to forgive, to remember, to choose gentleness before speech. He laid the watch back down and touched the wooden box at its edge. Stay, he told the letters, and they stayed. A breeze slid through the curtain and brought with it a scent of damp earth and evening bread. Far off, the fisherman must have been sorting his lines. He could hear a faint clink, the river's way of putting away its toys. Closer by, Agnes's radio tried the first measure of a hymn and then thought better of it. Silence resumed its seat and smiled. He stood, took the small boat from the sill, and carried it to the basin where the lamplight made a modest pool. He let the boat go. It floated among reflections, the window, the linden's shadow, the warm oval of the lamp, and found a steady place against the porcelain rim, not because the water demanded stillness, but because the boat knew how to rest. Good, he said. You've learned the river's secret indoors. He dried the boat and returned it to the sill. Then he opened the door and stepped into the lane. Night wore a colour that used to frighten him. Now it felt like a cloak you put on because the air has grown thoughtful. He walked to the gate and touched the latch, yes, still converted, and then to the linden, laying his palm on the bark. The tree kept its 1,000 silent conversations with stars he could not see. He borrowed one of those silences for himself. Across the road, Eliza's window framed 3 shapes, 2 living, 1 lamplight. He held them in his gaze a long moment, not to keep them, only to be kept by them. Thank you, he said, as softly as is decent to say holy words in public, for lanterns carried without drama, but bread sliced in equal courage, for letters that choose their hour, for a bell that rings as if it knows the names of those it loves. Back inside, he extinguished the lamp and left the candle to finish the evening. It burned like a patient star near the box of letters. He pulled the blanket over his knees and listened to the house remember how to rest. When he closed his eyes, the bench in the meadow appeared, not as a picture, but as a steady fact fielded by God, a place that prays you when you cannot. He did not plan tomorrow. He allowed tomorrow to plan him, a kettle at ease, a visit at dusk, the postman's cheerful weariness, a hymn that hums itself while mending. He knew now that the road would supply what words could not, that time would hesitate when mercy needed room, that friends would bring circles of pie and circles of light, and that even letters returned by a world of wrong turns would be right on time for the heart. Before sleep, he wrote a final small line and slid it under the ribbon with the rest. Home is where the window keeps a light for love, and where love, finding it, rests. He closed the lid, not to shut anything in, only to let everything stay. The candle made a last polite curtsy and went out. Darkness took its seat like a friend at the end of a good day. The watch kept the softest pulse. Outside, the linden kept watch in its older way. Between them, the man slept, already held, already found, already home. If this gentle ending left a warm light in your evening, you can subscribe to the channel so that each night a calm story about faith, kindness, and ordinary peace will be waiting by your window, steady as a small, faithful star.